Dan?
Go.
Ready?
Yep.
This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the March 31st Select Board meeting. We'll start with Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. No documents to sign tonight. We do have one time-sensitive addition to the agenda, and this has to do with the library. And I believe we have Cindy Harbison here to tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Should I come there?
Please. So Cindy's the director of the Clapp Memorial Library, and what's going on?
So the federal government, President Donald Trump signed an executive order to not to demolish. That's not the right word.
Take a breath.
To
Take
stop
a
funding.
breath.
Stop funding, right?
To stop funding for the Institute of Museum and Library Services.
Right.
So we get, the state gets almost $4 million in funding a year that they distribute directly to all municipalities. It pays for our statewide access to grants, our Commonwealth catalog that allows us to share resources across the state, and it contributes to the funding for the staff of the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, which funds our state aid. And so there are various initiatives to try to get this funding restored. Today, all of the IMLS workers were placed on administrative leave, so any grant funds in the works have been put on hold for this year and for next fiscal year for the foreseeable future. So they're trying to so municipalities, we're all librarians and mayors and the select board of towns are in Massachusetts trying to work towards getting funding restored, and so we've been asked to if we can get the permission of the select board to sign a letter urging our Congress people to oppose the action because the IMLS is Congress funded.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm here to ask you to sign the letter if you are willing to.
Any
Do we have a
questions from the
copy
board?
of it? Do we have a copy of it? What?
Yes.
It's an online
Okay.
form.
So it's an
so-
online form.
Are they looking for us to personalize it so that it?
No, they're looking for
Just
people to
add
add
it.
on to it.
Okay.
So somebody has, on behalf of them, has to have the authority of the municipality to be able to sign on to it. And then you can decide to add the letterhead.
So would it be like the chair on behalf of the board?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, the other option would be to authorize myself to do that, and I will take care of it for the board.
On behalf of the town and the select board?
Correct.
It has even more power.
It'd make it go a little more efficiently.
Very good. Any questions? Are we in agreement, disagreement? Where do we stand?
I'm in full support.
Yeah, I'm in favor.
All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion to sign the letter of support against the cuts to IMLS by the chair of the select board.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Item 5, discussion action items. FY26 budget and override discussion. You know what? Steve, why don't you start it off?
Thank you. I was hoping you would say that. So I have a very brief update on the FY '26 budget. And then we're gonna move right into the discussion about the 2.5 override items. And what I would like to start with is that we have a total budget today, outside of any override. The total allocatable expenses is $59,832,529. And that represents the biggest business in Belchertown, the town of Belchertown. The town of Belchertown has many departments. It includes the schools, police, fire, DPW, town hall, library, and they're all important for a well-rounded community. We have a great school department, police department, our public works. We have an exceptional town hall, and all of them have been hit hard by this budget season. So I don't want to single anybody out when we talk about budgets and override. I think we owe it to all of our employees, including school employees, the residents of Belchertown, to make thoughtful decisions tonight and to work through these issues. That's why we're here. So I just want to preface the conversation with that. So what we know right now is we have total resources of $61,627,247. What we're hoping is after today, when we enter into the fourth quarter of FY '25, that we can look at revenues and see if there's any room for moving some of those numbers upwards. Generally, that's a very small number, so it's not something that's going to help us, but I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that we may see our revenue projections increase slightly.
When you say slightly, Steve, can you provide some context? I know what you mean by that, but I doubt very many people are paying attention to what you mean.
So things like motor vehicle excise tax, new home starts, we'll be able to look at those and say, our projections are on the mark, or maybe we should bump them up a little bit. I hope we don't have to reduce them. That's generally not something that occurs. But we will look at those types of items to see what we can generate for additional revenues.
So in other words, whatever happens, it's not going to cover the ask from the school department or even your ask tonight.
That's correct. Yep. It's not something that's going to solve our problem that we're going to be faced with. So I just want people to be aware that when these numbers change, that's why. We're not trying to hide money. Money just doesn't appear out of thin air. It's part of the normal process. Normally, we don't look for those things because we're not in this situation where we have such a tight budget season coming. So we have mandatory charges right now.
Before we go on, I think for some people, when you say that these could increase, I'm more interested not so much in this line item or that item, but increase by like what percent? Like if you had to throw out a percent, it could increase by 1%, increase by 25%, could 75%. When you say a slight increase,
I'm talking thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. So a
that at
percentage
least
of a
gives
percent.
people
The context, right?
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
But there's oftentimes questions about why numbers continually change.
Yeah.
And we look at income and expenses, and that's why, because we are looking at things every day to make sure that we are as close as we can to our targets.
So can I get clarification on that? So you said 61 million plus, right? So how is that comparing to line 57 which is at 59 million?
Yeah, I'll get there.
Okay.
So our mandatory charges is $4,334,524. That comes off the top. That leaves a net available of $57,292,723. This works out to a 2.65% increase over FY '25. The schools have asked for a base budget of $33,844,623. The town has asked for a base budget of $13,443,999. $465,184. The schools represents an increase of 2%. The town would be an increase of 2.1%. This is resulting in reductions, initial reductions, because there's been some changes. With the school department needing to find $2,131,849. The town, $407,956, based on, again, net available revenue. The schools tonight are presenting, I'm presenting on behalf of the schools a request for an override of $1,636,236. The conversation about the town request for an override is what we're going to be entering into. There's items that have been requested for the base budget, as well as additional items that have not been placed on our level service budget, but are necessary and relevant with this conversation. So that's what we're going to head into. So if there's any questions on the income and expense sheet, I'd be happy to answer them.
Has anything changed on this,
Which,
the big one?
This one.
no, no.
Set?
Okay, so we can move into the override discussion if everybody's good.
Very good. So let's see here. So you're asking for 198,000?
Yeah, if you want me to go down through that list, I can certainly do that.
We could skip the list part, but I think maybe not.
Well, I don't have to go line item by line item, but. So we were tasked with cutting a little over 407,000. My initial review was $421,669. Sticking with that left me a little bit of a surplus that I'm going to work back into the budget, and I'm working with two different items right now. That is the treasurer expense for contracted services that support, and some additional funding for a cultural district manager. So I'm working both of those issues out. So those are internal budget discussions that I'm working on, and that's why they're in red at the bottom of this list. On the right-hand side of the spreadsheet, I've identified $198,244 worth of base budget reductions that I want to restore as part of the override. So those are operating budget expenses that were a reduction from our level service request. So if there's if you want to discuss any of that 198,000, I can. Otherwise, I'll move on to possible additions and other thoughts.
Any questions?
Since we have school here too, so there's a bunch of stuff related to the pool. So did your amended number, what happened with the pool? Are you handing it back to the town as part of the?
Correct, that wasn't in our.
Okay.
So are your pool numbers, so if the schools are handing it back, is this keeping the pool open?
Yeah, our intention is to keep the pool open. If the override passes, we'll be able to leave fees as is. If it fails, we're going to have a significant fee increase, which I explained to the board once, I think at the last meeting.
Okay.
The only line item as part of the reinstatements that I was wondering about is contracted treasurer. What is that? Treasurer contracted.
So we use contracted services to support the office with different activities, with balancing books and going over various projects. I don't think we need the full 10,000 this year for that, and I'm working that out of the budget. So I still have a little bit of tweaking to do because I overshot on my initial reductions, so I'm working to
So
put
this is a
those things back
bookkeeper?
in. It's just additional support in the office. It's
Could include
contracted
bookkeeping.
office,
What?
off-site.
Could include big bookkeeping.
Right, it could.
Okay, so it's, okay.
Yep.
May I go back to the pool for 1 second? Does this include the repair that we need to have done on the pool, which I think was above 30,000?
Well, there's a heat pump, which is on the capital list. And then next year, there's gonna be some repairs necessary in the drain itself inside the pool.
Right.
That'll be part of next year's conversation with capital.
Okay, so it's not necessarily something that must be done right now in
Not
order
this
to
year,
keep the
right.
pool open.
Correct. Yeah, we have another year.
Moving on.
So possible additions, there's been a lot of talk over the years for a deputy fire chief. I believe it was 8 years ago that the position was added to our personnel bylaw, and that position has gone unfunded and unfilled because of that. So that's something that, as a normal structure within a fire department, you would have a deputy chief and number 2 in command. So that's up for consideration. The deputy fire chief position, because it's been unfilled, the rate of pay has fallen behind not only market value, but other similar positions in town. So we're proposing that to come in at approximately $110,000. That creates an issue with the police lieutenant, which is the number 2 in command in our police department, because then that position would be underfunded as well, or underpaid, I mean, excuse me. So we're looking for an adjustment there of $7,000 to make that whole. Several years ago, we eliminated a lieutenant position. There was a vacancy that was created. The money was used to hire a sergeant, and the rest of it was put back into the wages to help offset budget cuts that year. So I would like some consideration to bring back the lieutenant. We have a SAFER grant that we know is going to expire next year. The full cost of the department keeping the 6 firefighters is $437,000. The DLS is currently in the middle of a financial audit of the town offices. They have, or will be making a formal recommendation. Right now, it's just been verbal ahead of tonight's meeting to hire a assistant town manager to oversee finance. And that's gonna come in at, well, starting rate's a little lower than what I'm asking for. What I'm looking at is $125,568, and that's the middle of the range. That gives us a little bit of flexibility with hiring. We also have a deficiency in our IT department that we know we need to fill sooner or later. So bringing that position up to full-time, right now it's part-time, would cost us another $47,000. We also have some additional money for HR training for our staff, if so inclined. These are smaller amounts. I think I could fit them into the budget in the future if we don't want to try to pull them in tonight. We also have some additional money for IT training for our employees. You know, there's a lot of new software platforms coming out with artificial intelligence and finance and Adobe. You know, every day it seems like we're seeing a new product, and we want to be able to keep people up to date on that. We did receive notice from council that our rates are going up. I didn't build that into the budget because we never know how much time we're going to spend with council. It depends on a lot of factors, so we never really know that. So it's more of a wait and see to see where we come in. We need to start thinking about adding and replacing our clickers that we use at town meeting. So we want to start a line item in the budget for that and replace about 100 a year. The ones that we replace will be set aside and available if we do need them. But the more we use them, the more the chances of them wearing out. We want to put some money into conservation land maintenance. At this point, we don't have any specific line items to take care of our conservation areas. We have a beautiful trail system around Foley Field and no funding to put back into it. So we're on borrowed time when it comes to those types of projects. I want to try to bring in a consultant to review various operations for efficiency. I'm proposing a line item of $2,500 for that, so we can continue to work towards a leaner, more efficient workforce. The Lakes Committee, they have a annual treatment program that we've done our best to fund. I would like to add $5,000 to that permanently so we can continue to keep our lakes in pristine shape. We have an ambulance that's going to need to be replaced in a few years, so I would like to get a lease started as soon as possible. So I've put in $65,000 for an ambulance lease. We also have a 2011 van in our senior center with 151,000 miles on it. I'd like to get a lease line item prepared for that, lease to own. That's $15,000. I'd like to add $2,000 to our family center for their programming. And our grant manager salary, once the ARPA funds that we're currently using, the grant funding that we're paying that individual when they expire, I would like $57,920 for that. So that's everything.
All right, so I guess for the board, this is a very large topic for conversation. I don't think we're gonna get out of here anytime early, so hopefully everyone's got their water, and let's start opening for thoughts. Jen?
Where are we? I know the DLS was doing a study. Do we have a draft of that yet?
No. I talked to the DLS today, and they said they don't give out drafts. Hopefully by the end of the week, but they're gonna share it with Steve, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm hoping to have it on the agenda for the 7th.
Okay,
We should have it Friday.
okay. 'Cause I think that would be helpful, because we had that study, the human services study, which is going on now.
That's ongoing, correct?
And then the job description review, that was part of all of these things, sort of?
That grant wasn't funded, so we're doing job
Right.
descriptions as part of the human services study, and as we have vacancies, we're also updating them.
Okay.
And we're gonna try to reapply again this year for a full study across all the departments.
Alright. Just in relation to some of these, like, position type stuff. Just nervous about getting the results of those studies before we start adding new positions, in here. That's my first thought.
First, we'll have many times to chit chat tonight. Whitney, how about your thoughts?
That was one of my first thoughts also. I wanted to know about what was going on with, I called it the HR review, but it sounds like that's probably a better term for it. But with that review, I think that's supposed to be an equity review, right? To look and see if people are compensated fairly
No.
within the town?
No.
No, so, but that is something that has been proposed and put off, so we're, okay. So instead, this would be a review just to see if new positions are needed.
And a review of the existing positions as well, in terms of responsibilities and what's needed, what's outdated, what can be folded into upcoming position, all that good stuff.
Which could be tied to compensation as well, or not
Not this go
necessarily?
around.
Okay. So would some of these, my question, not to delay things, but would some of these requests for personnel already naturally be part of that study anyway?
Guess it's up to what direction the board wants to go.
Okay.
So I think the financial review that is recommending the assistant TA position, or town manager position, TM, that is an organizational review of the town hall, the financial offices. So if we were to do another study of job descriptions, it would primarily focus outside of the town hall financial offices.
Okay.
Lisa?
I want to start with how we got here, because I've been asked that a lot. There were people on the select board several years ago that talked about the reality that we have a structural deficit. Unfortunately, they were the minority voice on the select board. 2 years ago, we had a majority voice that said, yes, indeed, we have had a structural deficit that has been going on for years. The prior administration, I think, had a big heart. And so when the town or the schools needed money, the prior administration found ways to meet that obligation. And so from a human standpoint, I can completely understand. The schools would ask for money, they would get the money. The town would need the money, they would get the money. But from a financial standpoint, what didn't happen is we didn't have a stabilization fund or a capital planning plan that would fix the buildings that we have right now, or truly look at what our vision for Belchertown would be 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It was really the house is on fire, this is what we need to do to put the house out, to put the fire out. And so a lot of my thinking, and it plays right into what we've been talking about tonight, is cart before horse. 2 years ago, we said we're going to stop this. We were spending 100% of our free cash on operating expenses. And all of us, school committee, select board, finance committee, said we're not going to do that anymore. And we made a commitment that we'd go from 100% to 80%, which is still 50% more than what the state recommends, The state recommends 30%, no more than 30% of free cash to be spent for operating expenses. We're not there yet. 80% is very far away from 30%. So the five-year plan would go from 100 to 80, and then just this year, we went to 60%. Knowing full well, we all knew, Finance Committee, School Committee, and Select Board, that this would be very difficult, and that difficult cuts would need to be made. The other thing this board did that I just am very impressed with is we decided that we would do two things. We would build a stabilization fund, and the first year, Steve, how much money did we have last year in the stabilization fund?
I don't remember what we had last year. This year we had,
But it was built, what did we have 3 years ago? Zero.
no, not
We had
stabilization.
some money.
Just a little, but not a lot. The point is that we started to build a stabilization fund that this year is around, what, 450?
Right now in stabilization, we have $2,211,456. Yes.
Okay, but we're talking about the capital planning piece. How
Okay.
much do we have in there?
Okay, capital planning,
Excuse me,
last year we had 280,000.
forgive me.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about capital
Okay.
planning.
And the year
Excuse
before
me.
that, I don't know what we had.
It
I
was
think
zero, so forgive me on that.
So, yes, we've gone from 0 to 280 and some change to 420.
Okay. And that capital planning work will actually go towards projects like, well, it could be anything, what the school needs, what the town needs, what the buildings that we could fix, all of that. That's incredibly important work. Between the Capital Planning Committee and the second committee that was developed, under the guidance of Ed, which was to study the whole notion of a Proposition 2.5 or debt exclusion. We were taking a very thoughtful approach to how we build a better Belchertown. What we're doing right now is like, while these things are happening and while we're getting DLS reports on where we should be in finance and where we should be in human resources, we're just going to stop and give money without the benefit of truly having a strategic plan. Now, that strategic plan was only done on the town side. On the school side, they were asked 2 weeks after the junior high vote was voted on to meet to develop the same kind of strategic plan on the school side that the town was doing.
Do we have a 3-minute limit?
No, we have a 1 minute more.
Got it.
The schools turned those meetings down. Those are in writing. Having a strategic plan from the schools that look at what we're going to do over the next 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years is critical. Not only are we looking at what their needs are, but how it's going to benefit students, because there's been a lot of talk about how excellent the schools are. The schools were excellent about 7 years ago. And in order to get those scores up where they were, I think the town would like to see what the schools are going to do to improve scores, as well as to improve education for students. The same thing is true on the town side. Not simply to say, this is what we need, but to also answer the question, how this is going to improve the lives of residents across Belchertown.
Thank you. Nicole, any initial thoughts?
Sorry, I'm just taking all that in. Fire deputy chief, police lieutenant adjustment, forget police lieutenant adjustment, second police lieutenant. Steve, what are your thoughts on absolute necessity of that?
I think that we are either very close or already past where we should have put these people in place. In talking to both chiefs, it's a struggle to keep up with the demand on the force. So if we don't do it today, we're going to need to be addressing this in the near future, very near future.
So there are tasks that are not getting taken care of right now, or that are being taken care of by the chiefs?
Well,
Actually, Nicole, before you got on the board, we had 2 police lieutenants before.
Yep.
One of them left the department, so we've
Yep.
been operating back under the 1 lieutenant after, I don't know how long we had the 2 lieutenants, but whatever. So it was there, it's gone, and now I understand why the police chief wants it back. If anybody hasn't had the discussion with the police chief, I would encourage everyone to do so.
Okay, but I'm asking you, on your wish list here, is this at the top of your needs list?
from a priority standpoint,
Yes, yep.
they're towards the top, yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, so the reason that it's down here in the blue is because it's not technically a reinstatement?
Correct. Reinstatements are above. I wanted to keep those separate from
Yep.
other items. These are things that are very arguably level service, because there are things that are not getting done. but we don't include them in the level service budget because we know that they're not even gonna come close to fitting. So they've been pushed aside for years, and that's how I even had them on my radar. It's not like I just dreamed these up yesterday. These are things that I've discussed with both chiefs for the last 20 months now. They've both demonstrated a need, and I wasn't gonna ignore the requests when we're having a discussion about an override. And that goes back to what I said in the beginning. We are one town. We need to do what's right for our residents in the long term, and if we are gonna go for an override, I think that we need to do everything we can to make sure it's another 30 years before the next override. I don't think we should be planning now with the expectation that we're gonna have an override next year or the year after.
I agree.
So I looked at every avenue that I could, made sure every department was gonna be made whole, so that budgeting in the future would be a much different process, and we can get away from the use of free cash and one-time funds.
Okay. And then in purple, under other thoughts, build in funds for rotation of basic equipment to reduce repair costs over time. I don't see an estimate assigned to that. Do you have an estimate on what you think that would be?
I don't. I know if we don't do something, we're gonna have trouble. You're on the trail maintenance, right?
No,
Just
no,
your
under
note.
other thoughts, it's just in italics.
Oh. That's why those items were included. That's not a,
Is that a header to what's
that's a
below
header.
it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So when we look at things like trail maintenance, I don't have an estimate on what it's gonna take. We have trails all over town, at the Reed Conservation Area, Jabesh Brook Conservation Area, Foley Field. I don't know. What I can tell you is that I've walked a lot of those trails, and I'm concerned about what I see. I see the lack of maintenance, I see trash, I see, to be quite honest with you, I'm really disgusted at what I've been seeing at Foley Field. Beautiful trail system, still under construction, hasn't even been completed yet. And I can't tell you how much pet waste I've seen on the sides of those trails. Nobody bothers picking up. There's trash.
Well, who owns it?
Right,
That's the thing. We don't have owners for
right.
this.
The town of Belchertown owns it.
But there's no,
The Recreation Commission is willing to take it on, but they have no funding to
and we're doing a
maintain.
lot of friends of,
Correct,
and
correct. So, $1,500 to me is not a deal breaker
No,
tonight.
I'm not
because
questioning the 1,500.
I'll find that in the budget somewhere.
Yeah,
just
I was
wanted-
misunderstanding that this was a header
Yes,
to what was
yes.
below it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any other questions. I have
Yeah.
my thoughts on how I want to respond, but I don't have any other questions.
All right, so my turn. In my opinion, this remains a bad idea at this point. I don't believe that all the work that Steve and the schools have done, it doesn't solve the underlying issue of how are we gonna move forward without having to ask for more money in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And that's been my biggest hang up during this whole process. I almost feel like, just bust out an oldie but a goodie, but this is like that Venn diagram, what was it, 11 years ago? Finance on one side, emotion on the other side. Good things don't happen when the two intersect, in my opinion. And this goes for everybody. I would like to see a more reasoned approach. That's why I advocated for the formation of those committees. Give them a chance to do their jobs. But the board thought differently, so we're gonna move forward with tonight. So the question now becomes, what makes the most sense? I do have one question for the school committee, and I asked Heidi this earlier. The 1.636 million, does that include the closure of the Cold Spring School?
no.
No. And can you give us the view of the school committee and the superintendent? Is where is that in the realm of consciousness? Is it gonna happen? Where do things stand?
Yeah, so, like, it hasn't been something that we've said as a committee. One of the things we talked about was that something we want to happen, but we want it to happen very purposefully. So we don't want it to happen in a couple months as a knee-jerk reaction to mess with all these parents and kids. But last year there was a group formed, Ruby was part of it, and I don't remember which select board members, looking at what to do. And there's been conversations we've had of should there be an actual committee, like made up of school committee members, select board members, and other parties that kind of help decide this.
Sorry, if I can just,
Yeah.
so we did meet, Ed, Lisa, me, and Brian and Steve this summer. And then we have also had a subsequent meeting with Lisa and Whitney, and we're looking to restart that committee discussion group.
So I think that committee started as Jabesh Brook.
Well,
But if we're
but it-
looking at regionalization, we're not gonna be able to do something with Jabesh right now.
it morphed into regionalization and only regionalization. And that's why we were like, we're not talking if there's not other components to this, so, let the truth be told on that. And-
Brian, no.
Excuse me, you just sat there and attacked us for about a whole minute. We do have a strategic plan. You, being the school liaison for a year, came and visited me once. You should know that we do have a strategic plan.
I'm not your school.
No, but you
liaison.
were a year ago.
All right. This
No,
is-
I
Okay,
wasn't.
so I wasn't going. You were when you first got on the board.
Brian was.
Brian, Lisa, that's not gonna solve anything
Yeah.
tonight.
No, it's not. But
understand.
I
I'm
agree.
just saying, this is the third meeting we've come and been attacked at, and I'm just stating that that was about regionalization. And I actually reached out to everybody and said, let's put it on the table, let's work together.
I'm aware of that, and
Okay.
it's a discussion worth having. It's not gonna be solved tonight, this year,
Right.
probably gonna be solved next year.
Right.
I read the document, it's gonna take a
To
multi-year
answer
process.
your question, I know people are itching to close Cold Springs, but we wanna do it thoughtfully. Our numbers at Chestnut Hill right now, we have large number of class sizes. If order to close Cold Springs, we're gonna have to get rid of classroom teachers. In a year or two, we may not have to, because that big, class size of 4 and 5 is out. Nobody, so there is a plan. We do have thoughts about it. I understand that. People just have to ask.
That's why I'm glad you showed up tonight. These are big discussions, right? I do think that is a huge part of the overall discussion, right? The Cold Spring School particularly.
Yeah, and just one other thing that may be helpful too, when we were talking about the Jabesh Brook, remember, we were moving some offices out of the schools to Jabesh Brook, so there'd be more room too. We don't have that option anymore, so we have limited space.
Well aware that option is not on the table.
Right.
Doesn't solve anything tonight or for the voters.
Correct, so just to answer your question, in the 1.6, we would like another year or so to, instead of saying to people, you're moving in 3 months.
Thank you.
So I would add, I would encourage all of you to either log in or come to the budget hearing tomorrow, because you'll see exactly what needs to happen in order for Jabesh to close. Because the
Cold
budget
Spring.
hearing, we're gonna hear both with and without the.
Cold Spring, yeah.
Yeah. What did I
You
say?
said Jabesh, it's okay.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
Cold Spring.
I said stabilization.
So definitely come, so you can see, it's not, one or two classrooms gone. It's a big deal.
All these decisions are big deals. I don't think anybody's here is gonna discount any of that, right? But I do think we need to have these conversations now, right? And begin to build that path. Because I don't think it's realistic to go back to the voters anytime soon and ask for another override. I just don't. Like, this one alone is gonna require a lot of education. And you've already seen around town, you've already seen signs popping up on both sides of the question. And that's without any of the facts out there. I've been amazed, right? Like, none of the facts are even out there. Like, tonight is the first night to actually get some numbers out there, but, you know, people are already lining up. I understand that. So we have to come up with, everybody has to come up with, like, what number are we gonna put forth tonight? And we're running out of time. And that's my big hang up. Like, we're running out of time to put forth a thoughtful number, much like you're asking for Cold Spring. I'd like to do this in a thoughtful process. I don't see it happening in time, but we're gonna do something. We gotta figure that out tonight.
I agree. I think we were on a thoughtful path, and it's been disrupted, and now we're just providing a 2.5, and we're not really answering the question of how this is going to improve the lives of residents right now and in the future, both on the school side and on the town side.
If you don't mind, that ship has sailed. We gotta
I
get
know.
to work tonight. So, those are our initial thoughts. Thanks for sharing. Heidi, Ruby, Brian, thank you for being part of this conversation. I know it's not easy because we have to do it in public. And I see there's a hand raised in the back from the Finance Committee.
I'm sorry. I just would like to ask a clarifying question. I do not want to raise the temperature of the room. I know this is very difficult. I came in late by accident because I couldn't avoid it, so I don't know Steve's number, what he came up with. I don't have that information in front of me. But I would like to ask the chair, since we are not in session, a clarifying question. I know the school is down to approximately 1.6 for their ask, which is a great reduction. At a prior meeting, when the 3 boards were together all in session, some questions came up. It was asked about if transportation wasn't spent out, would we have that funds reverted to the town and what have you. And through that, Heidi made a comment that there was not a priority to return money to the town at the end of the school year, should there be any left over based on whatever, which prompted me to ask for some information to be provided. And so if I go back to FY24, I'm going to use really approximate numbers, and thank God I'm on camera so people can hear me say I'm using approximate numbers. This school had asked for approximately 1.8 million. We could only give them approximately 600,000. So that left a $1.2 million deficit to what they had wanted. And so if I look at the final numbers at the end of the FY26 or FY24 school year, there was still $478,960.74 remaining unspent. So the increase was approximately 600,000, but at the end of the school year,
Right.
the remainder was $478,960.74, of which those funds appear to be encumbered. And when I look at the encumbrances, the majority of those, in the couple $100,000 from what I'm looking at, are for textbooks. Generally for textbooks, classroom supplies, new textbooks, you know, and then smaller amounts here and there, maybe a couple thousand for computer software. So with this money that was left over at the end of the FY24 school year, is that now part of the FY26 budget? Has that been moved into your FY26 budget? Where is this money? Where is this $478,960.74 accounted for with what we're currently looking for?
I think that is a super detailed question. I don't even know who would have to answer that question. I highly doubt it's Brian.
I'm sorry, I just.
No, I get it.
I mean, if I may then, on the same note, could we do the same for all towns in the department? And I didn't mean to open this thing, but we also
everything's on the table.
everything's on the table. what's all the extra money that's being brought to the town year after year? Where does that money go and why is there so much?
Well, I think that's part of certified free cash that then goes.
All right, that's not.
Hold on, Laura.
I'm just asking.
So are you talking about the free cash at the end of the year? That number?
I'm talking, there was $475,000 left at the end of last year. There's $300,000 left at the end of that year. I mean, if we're gonna ask me what happened back in '24, let's go there.
Well, that would be at the beginning of '25
Lori.
encumbered, I'm sorry.
I know, it's like we're being questioned in a select board meeting.
No, that's fine. That's
about
fine.
our
So,
funding.
Steve, can you talk a little bit to the free cash, the components, how it gets there, and everyone in this room is aware of the free cash policy that gets set every year.
You know, I'm asking why there's so much money left over.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great question.
so I didn't bring the details of the free cash breakdown with me tonight.
Sure.
But what I can tell you is that you said 475,000 approximately was the number from town budgets that was returned. A very large portion of that was wages.
Mm-hmm.
That's a result of temporary vacancies. When we have a position that is vacated, we have a process that takes anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks before we can get the position filled. If
At
there's
best.
if there's a promotion,
Right.
and we have a vacuum effect, it's another 2 months, maybe 3 months, and then again and again. If we have unpaid time, like FMLA, that money sits in a budget. We had several cases this year where people were out. And FMLA includes paternity leave, so anytime somebody's out. So all of those numbers add up at the end of the year, and that's wages. Expenses was I'm not sure if 50-50 is the right ratio, it might be 60-40, but the expenses was a couple $100,000, and that's left over from all the little budgets. You know, when you're looking at a $13 million budget, a couple $100,000 in leftover expenses, when it's 5,000 here, 1,000 there. We are restricted on how we spend money. The schools have more latitude in moving money from one budget to another, where the only way we can spend a budget is to transfer it, and likely it would have to go to town meeting. So those little amounts get turned back into free cash, and they're added on to new growth, which is sometimes a big number, and I know a lot of people feel that our new growth numbers should be much closer to what we actually get every year. Nobody wants to be that person who estimated new growth and comes up short, because
I support that policy.
if we come up short, that means sometime between December and June 30th, we are going back to town meeting to reduce budgets. So we do our best to try to get as close as we can, but there's always a safety factor in there, and the DLS has to approve that. The town doesn't get the final say on the number.
I understand.
So that's how free cash is generated. Now, the free cash, once it's generated, goes back into the operating budget. So essentially, we're paying it forward, which is an important fact, because this year we put 60% of it into operating expenses, and we further split that. That 60% was broken down 70-30, with the schools getting 70% of it. We also put $421,000 into capital, and when we get into the discussion about capital tonight, you're going to find that the schools are getting over half of that.
All right, so
and we
let's
use
stop
that
you
for
there for a split
stabilization.
second. The capital is not town or school, it's the buildings.
It's the
right?
town
So
of Belchertown,
It's for everybody.
we
right?
put that capital plan committee together for a very specific purpose,
Mhm.
to get rid of the politics. And I believe they came up with their top projects.
Yes, we
At
have
least
a
minimize the politics.
very good plan this year.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
So, all right, I get all that. But to Brian's point about the budgets and how it all gets there and stuff like that, an effort to help enlighten the finance committee, moving forward, it might be a good idea to have those month-end munis reports. Send them to everybody, so that way everybody knows what's going on. Right? I
For
believe
all the budgets, you're saying?
all the budgets, the school budget, all of it. Have that be part of the standard monthly budget packet.
Just gonna remind us all that we committed to try to have quarterly financial.
And I
updates,
agree with Jen 100% on that.
which is neither here nor there, but I'm just gonna say that.
I understand. The finance committee gets together every month and they review the town budgets with a magnifying glass. And I want Brian and his team to be able to do the same. So let's just have all it's all public information. There's
It
nothing,
absolutely
there's
is.
nothing there. So I think if we do a better job communicating among all the committees and boards, you know, that might, maybe that'll yield something next year, right? Or the year after, who knows? But let's get back to the reason why we're here tonight. Are you okay, Brian? Like, wait, so do you mind, can somebody answer Lori's question? You have to go back and check the tape, but I don't know the answer.
I mean, I think that's funny, but I really gotta do that. So the last two meetings, I've heard comments about it, but yet that's the only way I had to prove that I was right about something. So keep the digs coming.
I was just making a request. It wasn't a dig, Brian. I understand
I mean,
tensions
we
are high
sit here and
tonight.
we say, let's come together. We started off great, and it goes right back down the same thing, the same hole. And I believe it was Lisa that started it.
You know what? I'm not attacking anyone on the school committee.
Did I miss?
And
did I-
honestly,
I felt it too.
and honestly, if that's how you're taking it, I would ask you to remove the emotion.
The
Remove the
emotion's gone.
emotion. I'm happy to work with you. I want to work with you.
But you don't wanna hear what the experts have to say either.
And you use the word that I've been asking you to use. You are the experts. You are the experts when we are talking about regionalization, when we are talking about consolidation, when we are talking about anything that has to do with the schools.
All right.
Yes, I am looking at you.
We need to move
Shh,
on.
I am
We need
looking
to
at
move
you as the experts.
Very good. We're moving on. That's not gonna solve anything tonight either.
Well, but it also I hope, helps to clarify that I do want to work. It's very frustrating, Ed, to be accused of attacking when that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, let's put our tax
It's up to
back
you.
in
We'll
pocket.
agree to
I
disagree.
agree.
It's fine.
May I
Excuse
hop
me?
in?
We can agree to
They're
disagree.
waiting
Moving
for
forward.
to say anything.
Oh, sure,
She
no.
knows.
Well, I asked
No.
a quick question on HR. But no, I was gonna bring back the point that I believe last time we all met, we voted that this is questions going to the ballot. We asked the school committee to go back and see if they could do better. They
They did.
have significantly. We asked Steve to do the same. He has significantly. Can we use these numbers now to start working forward in the conversation?
Sure, where do you wanna start?
Well, I mean, baseline, we've got 1.6 and change. I have 1.636236. And then from Steve, I have 198,244. So as far as I'm concerned, this is the base bare bones
Yes.
request.
So the base is 1.834480. That's why I asked for Excel.
Excel is very helpful. So our base bare bones, we're talking about under $2 million override request.
1.834.
1.834.
And my additional thought I wanted to add is that I believe the assignment was to cut, not to bring an additional wish list. So my initial thought is that it would only be fair to move forward with that at this point. If we wanted to know what other options there were, I imagine the schools would have other requests that they would want to put forward, but that wasn't the assignment.
Well, the assignment, in my view, is to come up with a number that we don't have to go back to the tax. The 1.834 solves zero.
I know, it
Zero.
I agree with you.
So I'm not interested in advancing, because we're gonna be right back here next year.
Right.
Same questions, same everything.
This
It
is
makes
just,
no sense to do.
it's just a maintenance number, it's just to maintain.
And if we do that, then we will be right back where we are right now next year. There's no plan moving forward. There is simply, it's putting the house that's on fire out. That's all it does.
Doesn't even put it out.
No, it doesn't, actually, it doesn't even put it out.
Heidi?
Can I just say, so my understanding is the normal tax increase covers inflation. But inflation's been too great lately that the normal tax increase has not covered inflation. So if this brings us back to a level playing field, then next year, we presumably won't be in the situation again. If we do absolutely nothing, next year we'll still be in the situation. But this would put us back at meeting inflation. And our president said he'll get inflation down, so I'm confident that's true.
We don't do national politics.
No, we don't.
Like that this Steve?
Just to respond to Whitney, I did afford the superintendent the same guidelines. I asked if there was any additional items that would be itemized out for beyond FY '26.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Any guesses as to what the schools might need past FY '26? One moment.
I don't, I think that's throwing it on the taxpayers to just
I
keep
can't,
adding
I'm
things.
sorry.
I think that's just throwing it on the taxpayers just to keep asking things. Keep adding. It was 2.1, at least in my mind, for the schools was way too high. You know, cut it back. So we cut it back. Steve had to cut too. Now we're just building that number back up. Why did we cut it? That's a question. That's not a, why was everybody saying cut it?
Well, I think, though, to Ed's question, will you need more money moving forward? Will there be another?
I'm sure there'll always be times we need more money. Things change. I mean, I'm sure the town will need more money too.
So
Right,
you
but-
foresee another Prop 2.5?
I don't. I think this is gonna bring it up and we're gonna be on the playing field where we haven't been. And I mean, I not that I'm an expert in Prop 2.5, sorry, Lloyd. South Hadley's in the process of doing it, other towns are doing it in the process of doing it just because that level field's not there anymore.
Lori?
So I apologize if, when I first asked my question, it was too detailed and it kind of got lost. So when I'm looking at this 478, 960, 74, I'm wondering if we could consider, since this has all been encumbered for textbooks and what have you, and it should be currently available from what I understand, I could be wrong. Is it possible for us to revisit that and use some of this 478, 960 that the schools has encumbered to continue to lower what the school would need in their 2.5 override request? Like, are these funds available for consideration?
No, if they're encumbered,
Are we here to discuss the
They're-
school
they're
budget, or are we here to discuss, cause, I mean, we'll be happy to answer questions, but I feel like this is not the venue, we don't have our whole committee here, we don't have our business manager here. So I don't really think it's fair to be scrutinizing our budget right at this moment.
I agree with Ruby.
All the budgets are open
There
to
you go.
scrutiny. Just schools just happen to be the largest.
Well, but we don't have our full committee, we don't have, we're just here attending your meeting,
She's
so-
right.
I think our request was 1.6 and change, and that was our full committee's vote, and so that's what we're requesting.
Okay.
and I think the purpose for our conversation is that the school department, the school committee took a vote on a number. They had I would assume, a similar conversation about what should and shouldn't go into that number. Our conversation is about what should go into our number.
Okay.
And again, these are things that could have been added into any level service budget at any time and would have been rejected. So just because they weren't initially in this level service budget, it was by design. People were told, don't ask for these positions because you're not gonna get them. So That's why they're on the table. It's solely up to the select board whether or not you wanna put them on the list or not. I'm only laying them out as options. You know, if we could try to get back to that part of the conversation so we know
Very good.
what we're going forward to.
Let's get back there. Jen, what are your thoughts?
I don't have any.
Whitney?
I just wanted to clarify, when Ed, you said that you made the comment, that this doesn't fix anything, I said I agree. I specifically meant the town. I'm concerned about the ask being so low at 198, because it was a 50% reduction, more so than where Steve started, but I trust his judgment, so that's my only concern, is are we being too lean with the town? I also don't think that we can go and ask for $700,000 additional.
So, the possible additions, that adds up to 836, which should bring the base to 2.671. And then the other thoughts, the total of all of that is 174,420.
All right, Lisa?
I've gone through everything, and I do think that we need to concentrate on the firefighters. And I don't agree that we need an assistant town manager. I think we need a finance director. And I do think the pool needs to be considered as well. So what I came up for numbers was 700,000 for the town, 850,000 for the school, and 1.1 for capital needs, which brings us to, if I have done the right math, right, 2.8 million.
I'm so sorry, Lisa, I need you to walk me through that again. I didn't understand those numbers. 850,000 for the school, 700,000 for the town?
Yeah.
We're not adjusting the
We're not adjusting the
school
schools.
number.
What do you mean?
We're not adjusting the school number, right? I mean, they gave us their budget.
So they're asking for 1.6 and you're suggesting an 850 funding level?
Yes. What I was very pleased about is in that they were able to cut $500,000 from the ask, from the original ask. I do think that if the school continues to think about ways in which they can cut, including Cold Spring, that 850,000 would give them an infusion of money above what we had originally slated for them, but it also would help them to think about closing Cold Springs to make up the difference.
I think they are thinking about closing Cold Spring. They're trying to do it in a measured way,
Right.
and to ensure that it's done in a way that doesn't traumatize people.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, we have their number.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about the town.
Nicole?
Yeah, I'm with Lisa on this one. So I came in with my math at 8. So first, let me preface, because I said this in the last meeting, I do not support an override, but I also said I would cooperate with the board in coming up with a number. So I'm going to give this number, but I don't want the number at all. I'm coming up with 850 for the schools, 600 for the town, which includes 437 for firefighters, 198 for reinstatements, and 57,920 for a grant manager,
Oh, grant
With-
manager was in mine too, sorry.
with 1.1 million in a debt exclusion towards the capital, which is the amount that our capital planning committee had at highest priority. That puts us at 2.8 million.
I want to be clear that I also was including the grant manager because I think it's foolish for us to not have someone who, for 57,000, could actually find and dedicate money to help us raise revenues.
And if I can just piggyback off of that, I did not include a finance director in my number, but if that position was I know it has a financial role, if that position is dedicated to taking a magnifying glass to these budgets, streamlining and cutting costs, I'd be for that.
I agree.
So the title that was given to me was Assistant Town Manager to oversee finances. So it's a financial director type position. We can change it to finance director / assistant town manager, but
I think
the
that
need was there to focus on finance.
Right, but
Yes.
I think when you say assistant town manager, it sounds like assistant town manager rather than finance director, which is what the role, I think we've all talked about the need for that role, rather than, okay, this person's gonna help Steve do his job.
So-
Anyway, this is semantics that,
Well, it's not, because the position would be the number 2 position, so that in my
Yeah, it
absence, somebody
could be
would
a
be there.
CFO,
in
could
charge.
be a finance director,
Mhm.
but it's not an assistant town manager.
So we can talk about the title, but the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is if we bring that position in, I mean, I would like you to call it something else, because I already know that the optics is gonna be, it's gonna take two people
That's
to
what I'm
replace
talking
one, and
about.
that's not the case.
Yeah.
But the $125,000 approximately is what we're looking at for,
A finance director.
correct, yep, whatever you wanna call it, so.
But you know,
One moment.
I'm just wondering if there could be some legal guidance on the select board changing the number that was proposed by the school department, because the school committee oversees the school budget, not the town. So I just am very concerned that people are making this arbitrary number when the school committee voted. So I guess I'm looking for some legal clarification if that's going to occur.
The, as you know, the override question comes from the select board. So that's where the legal authority rests in terms of the number.
But you asked us to vote on the number.
Yep.
And you can change that number?
Sure can.
Can you send me a copy of that guidance tomorrow?
Once we know what the vote is, I'll
Okay.
find something for you.
Well, to be clear, it's not about changing the number, it's about allocating dollars to the number.
When you're changing the voted amount that the school committee was asked to give the town.
I understand.
I just wanna be clear.
Sure. Alright, so 1.8 on this side of the table, 2.8 on this side of the table. And we
Go
have
ahead.
5 million sitting in the front row.
Sorry, can you just clarify how the 2.8, I missed it, like where that came from?
Sure, would you like
yeah,
to?
let me
explain?
actually redo my math because I have a lot of chicken scratch here. 850 for school. 437 for firefighters.
Got 2750.
Grant manager 57,920. And then 198,244 reinstatements.
And what's that total, Nicole?
So that's coming in at, so I have it split into two.
Yeah, that's
So the
actually helpful.
total's I think, is it what, you're getting 1.5? And then a 1.1 to a debt exclusion for capital.
I'm sorry, was
So
it
I think that's
43757? I don't have the calculator for me.
So 1.543 override plus 1.1 for capital, I'm sorry, for debt exclusion is 2.6 is my number, not 2.8, sorry.
And the debt exclusions from the capital improvement recommendations?
Correct, the 1.1, yep.
That's the 1.131.
Yep. But I think it's really important that 1.1 be a debt exclusion and not go into the override. I don't want us to be saddled with that for eternity.
Actually, I would push back a little bit on Nicole because Belchertown has not done a historically good job when it comes to the debt management. And the DLS report specifically states that we should incorporate regular borrowing into the operating budget. So we know there's only going to be need for borrowing. It should be a part of that. That's my only pushback.
Okay,
as far
yeah,
as that
so if we do that, okay, so if we make it part of regular borrowing, you're saying it's not a debt exclusion?
goes. It's either or, correct?
Okay, but would it then make it part of an override?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm with.
If
with
it's,
that.
yeah, if it's for our financial health, I'm okay with that.
No public comments here. Sorry, not tonight. It's the committee member, superintendent. and Jason from finance committee. But feel free to reach out after the fact. We're happy to listen afterwards.
May I make another reluctant suggestion? It sounds as though things are changing, that this number might be adjusted. Could we split on the ballot? Can we split and have it be 2 votes? And I don't love this idea at all, but could
No,
it be?
one number on the ballot.
One number.
It doesn't have to be, that's up to us.
I'm going to advocate for one number.
You have a cake for one number?
I'm going to advocate for
You're
one
gonna
number.
advocate.
I eat cake too, too much, but
One town, one number.
So I didn't say that my number was 1.8, I just said that was the base
oh, I'm sorry.
number.
Oh, what's your number?
I don't know that I have a number, though we're having a conversation about like, it's so, I don't know, this pick and choose seems very, I understand the high priority pieces here. In the other thoughts columns, I feel like there's some things that we could sneak by without, but they're such small numbers. It's sort of like hard to even think about some of them. The grant manager, she's funded through when?
The end of
July.
fiscal year.
July, yeah, till the end of June.
Fiscal year 26.
Fiscal, yeah.
So this would be like just looking towards the future funding as
Right.
part of the override.
Yeah.
I'm still so stuck because I feel like I want the information from the study. So if we do the override and it passes, the money goes and is allocated. Like if the study comes out and we do more consolidating, and if Cold Springs and the regionalization happens, does that just mean that there's more available money for the other items in the budget? I'm assuming that's how it works.
Oh, that's a good point.
Well, it would offset, and I don't wanna speak for the schools, but
Right.
if they closed it for FY '27, it would offset what they need overall for students. It would go back to academics,
Right.
it would go back to the students where it belongs, you know.
Right, because I don't want to lose those conversations. I think those things still need to happen. And I think we still have a lot of work with the studies that we're doing to realign our org chart the way that it really needs to be put into place. So if these are placeholder numbers until the studies are done, I can understand that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's what I was saying all along. It's like
Right.
we're in midstream, and coming up with numbers that may or not be the right numbers.
I have confidence in the numbers. Our HR director scrambled and did market analysis on surrounding communities, comparable communities. The numbers I think are accurate. Timing is what's up for question.
I mean, the other piece here is IT, like if we ever fully explored the DLS recommendation from 21 about consolidating IT between the schools and the town, that could affect that 47,000, like I just.
agree.
So
Like that.
can-
We don't need to do the EMS building, that could be a shared location.
Right.
There's
There's
a
just
lot-
a lot of
There's
things
so
we
many
haven't-
pieces swirling
Right.
around in my head.
My understanding of studies that have been completed is that the two technologies are so far apart between schools and municipal government that they don't see them consolidating. And if they do, they generally have to add positions to have a director just oversee both sides of the work. Now, that's not hard and fast. We would have to do our own study, but that's what we are hearing more and more, that there they're not one, because most towns have had them separate for so long, it's almost impossible to pull them back together. They don't even work under the same website that we do. So,
Well, and then there's the second question that I don't want to get lost in all this, and that is to answer the question for residents of how this is going to benefit every resident in Belchertown. That's the other piece. We are talking about how it's going to benefit towns, how it's going to benefit schools, but the real key customer here is neither. The key customer is the resident. It's the students and the residents. And that's the second part of the equation in all this. Because if we are asking for an override, we have to prove to them, this is how your life is going to be better. And I'm not sure we've done that yet.
That won't be up to this board, that'll be up to the different groups that are out there.
Wait, am I not saying this clearly? I'm saying we're midstream. And that's exactly what I'm hoping comes out of this, that we get the findings from this and we thoughtfully present to the community, this is how it's going to benefit you.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Since, you know, you are, some of your board is suggesting $850 for the schools, how are you coming up with that number?
That'd be a Lisa question.
And Nicole.
And Nicole.
Nicole had a different number, but
No, it's the
same number? Sorry. Oh yeah, whoops, I wrote them down backwards.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I saw that you made great effort last week at getting your number down to the 1.6. Actually, can I ask you a question before I finish? What prompted you to go from the 2.1 to the 1.6? Was it what you were hearing in the community, or like what changed your mind to look at it and go from our numbers 2.1?
Sure, and I appreciate you asking that question. Prior to that, this was all, the big numbers were new news. So remember we talked about out-of-district students was increasing. Well, 2 of them are going back to their home district. So that means we don't have to pay for those 2.
Okay.
They were coming in.
Do you have the number on that? What the number was?
It was about $100,000 we budgeted.
Okay.
There was 3 of them. So
I
that
think there
was,
were 3.
there
That's
was
what I.
300,000, yeah.
Yeah,
So they were going back, and then the other one moved away.
right.
Okay, so we said, this is great news for us, let's do it. I got word about the bus was 89,000. We can cut a bus, so this came there. And then I kept on the IT director. We have 2 staff for the majority of the town's IT. We're restructuring that. Then Tadjil, we're closing Tadjil, that was 700. And then I got another retirement, so I'm moving an educator into that. So this kind of played like perfect timing, perfect storm. If this didn't happen, it wouldn't have been the 2.1. It wouldn't have been the 1.6.
And I think just to sort of piggyback off of the conversation, the thing Steve brought up earlier, like our budgets move the same way. You know, things shift around, and so we were able to realize some savings in evaluating those things.
And I think it's important to mention too, to no one's fault, but the savings on Pathfinder, we didn't see that savings. Our number went down or up, however you look at it, because there was other fixed costs. So when everybody says we save, 10,000, the school gets 70 of that. That's not true, 70%. So, because fixed costs in the town went up, that comes off the top. We reduced the food service person. We took away Summers because the grant is gone there. I mean, that's just a little bit, but we did that.
So, can I answer? Because I just want to be honest. Like, it was this thought of trying to be one town. And I get that on a philosophical level, and then nights like tonight, I'm like, yeah, we're not really one town. But I think that that's where this started from. I had a renewed hope that it could be a collaborative relationship again. And here tonight, I'm like, oh, no, I can't.
But where I'm coming from personally is that I'm not for this override, and so I'm looking at it equally between school and town and saying, I can't fulfill either one of these 100%. So that's why I'm not doing the full 1.6 for school and the full, whatever, if you add all Steve's up, or I'm sorry, not Steve, all towns up, that's why I'm not coming out with his full number. The only one I'm recommending we fund completely is capital. So I'm trying to be fair on both sides of this because I'm just not in support of this override.
May I ask
So-
you a question? Oh, sorry. go ahead.
No, I guess where we're at, we have this huge group of parents that was really advocating for this because they don't want their child's education to change right now. And so then proposing this lower number, like, they wanna vote no because they don't want that, like, they want our number. And so this is essentially setting it up to fail.
Well, I'm also hearing from community members who don't want the override. I'm not just hearing from
Which
the
is
parents.
fine, and
I'm
they can
hearing
vote,
from
I mean, they're gonna
everyone.
vote no anyway. But now you're setting up the people who would have voted yes to now vote no.
I mean, that's where I stand on this. You've got other board members here that might want to do the full 1.6.
May I ask a question to Nicole? Because I want to say, Nicole, we've been going through emails. Nicole has always been very receptive and honest and stuff like that. I guess my question is too, and I know sometimes this is a sore subject, but we're losing 30 plus teachers. Now we're going to put, and I'm not saying Steve doesn't need them, but now we're putting people back into the budget for new positions. I mean, we've heard like since the grant manager was brought in, and I think it's a great thing. Sean does our grants. Well, it's going to be sustained through grants. You know, is it going to be sustained through grants, or does it become a local budget thing? You know,
I can answer that one, Brian. The intent has always been to be self-sustaining, but for people that write grants, they know that it's usually like a 3-year cycle before you start to see the fruits.
that's fair. That's fair.
So,
And I'm not knocking that. I think
Sure.
it's a, you know, so I think people are going to be like, you know, we're cutting, and now you're adding things for the town.
mhm.
And I'm not saying they're not warranted. I get it, but is it okay to knock 30 positions one way but support another? So I think that's where that battle comes of not mending the relationship. And that's not saying we should get everything we want. I totally get that. We shouldn't.
But the number that I'm giving for the 850, I got to that number by choosing what I felt was most important, but I think, I mean, what Steve does with that number is what he does with that number. I don't really get to direct that by myself. But I guess what I was thinking was, if we go with the 850 for the schools, I feel like it gives you time to get through the summer and get into the new school year and start making plans to close Cold Spring ahead of the school year after that. That's
Cold Spring
my
will need to
thinking.
close in July.
Yeah.
That,
That's
with
fine.
that number, we would
Say
have,
that again.
with that number, we would have to close Cold Spring for this coming year.
Okay.
I think that's a very important part. For us to come to the 2.1 or the 1 point, whatever it is, 1.6, Cold Spring has to close for 500,000 towards the thing. We have to close that, and once that happens, it's starting a chain reaction. So we don't get to wait until the largest class size is through Chestnut Hill. We are being pushed to eliminate those teachers.
And if you think the schools have been performing less for 7 years, I guarantee you, there'll be a big drastic difference next year.
Not for the better.
I'm sorry,
Not for the better.
okay.
All right. So, I noticed Winnie and Jen, you didn't allocate anything towards capital plan.
We didn't even talk about that
We didn't
yet.
talk about it.
They threw out the full plan, right?
They did.
Okay.
So,
As
do you
the
have
debt
any thoughts?
exclusion, it was under the debt exclusion, right?
Well,
No, I don't
There's
support
all
that.
sorts of.
the debt
There's
ex-
all sorts of stuff going on.
if you don't, the debt exclusion or adding to the override, while the debt is on the books, it has the exact same impact, right? It's just that the putting on the override part allows the town to continue to borrow after the money's been paid off, which is a best practice, because we're always gonna have needs, right? The debt exclusions filter off the books, and you gotta put them back on. So where the DLS pointed out, one of the shortcomings of Belchertown is that we didn't have responsible debt usage in the past. So this would be a method to start to walk down that part of the road too.
Okay. So I'm a visual learner, so I'm gonna have to keep repeating numbers to you all over and over again unless something's written out, which I think would have been actually quite helpful if this had been written out in advance. But so Nicole, I got you very clearly that you said fire and that you said grant writer and then you said Steve's number and that was one number. But then the entire capital improvement plan recommendation
Yes.
on top of that?
Yes, that makes it 2.64.
That was, Steve, refresh my memory, that was the year one ask of the capital committee, correct?
That's
was
the
the
full
year
year
one
one
ask.
ask, yeah.
Year
But
one.
of that, we already have $420,000 in funding.
So can we go ahead and just chop
Free
that
cash.
420 off right now?
You can.
Well, there's others, years 2s and 3s and 4s.
Yeah,
There's other what now? No, but no, we're not looking at years 2, 3s, and 4s. We need to survive next year. We shouldn't be looking at years 2, 3s, and 4s.
I could easily argue the other side of that, Whitney, and say, like, how many times are you gonna go back to the taxpayer and ask for more money?
I don't think
Alright,
we're getting
so
any
let's
money from
look
the
at the-
taxpayers at this rate.
Let's look at the capital list. If we move IT into the EMS building, does that mean that the rec gets to reclaim the part that
Yes.
IT is using now?
Yes.
That was renovated for them?
Yes.
Is EMS building ready? No, this is the renovations under, right, the 101-35, 350.
The EMS building needs to be renovated regardless of who occupies it.
Yes,
Right.
that's scary.
The plan now is to have 4 offices set aside for the IT department, and then the main area will be used for meeting space and training.
Right.
So
I would offer for the long-range radar screen that might be a building worth demolishing. Long
Well,
range.
Where is
The-
his heart
the building is in
Where's your
exceptional
garden?
shape. Other than
He's in what?
you know, it's in good shape, so
I don't
Yeah,
wanna demolish another building.
I don't know if
I'm
we wanna-
scarred from the last demolition.
so
Simply putting ideas out.
I don't know if we ought to go there
Well,
tonight.
demolishing's not free.
can I tried to back into this a little bit, thinking through this over the weekend. We've traditionally split available revenue 70-30. I used the request from the school department, the 1636236, and tried to back calculate what we would need to have in an override to have a 70-30 split. What that would cover for the town. So we would need to add approximately 700,000 to the 1.6. That would be on the town side to come up with a 70-30 split. You know, if we were at 2,350,000, 70-30 works out to just about what I just said.
I was doing some calculating. Can you please tell me that again? I'm sorry, I was doing my own little
So,
calculation.
following precedent of splitting available revenue
Yes.
70-30, I back calculated into what we would need to have for a 70-30 split that would keep the school department whole at $1,636,236. And that number is approximately $2,350,000.
Total or split?
That's total.
Total.
And then if we split it 70-30, the town would get a little over 700,000 and the schools would get their full ask. So if we wanna do that,
But that's without the capital.
right, now capital, there's two paths with this. We've talked about a debt exclusion, and the chair has repeatedly said, build it into the base budget. So if we wanna set aside money for debt that is reoccurring for capital and have it built into the base budget, which is a DLS recommendation, we can add something over and above the $2.4 million that I just said that would be used from, it would almost, to a certain degree, be at the will of the capital improvement committee as they review the capital plan and make recommendations. If we need to borrow, that money would be there.
So if I understand you right, if we did give the full amount that the schools are asking and the full amount that you're asking, plus the addition of a 1.5, we're coming out at 3.5
No,
million?
no. So what I'm saying is,
What's the number?
the schools have asked for
1.6.
1.6. In order to get a 70-30 split, we need to add about 700,000 on for the town, which comes up to $2,336,480. If you want to also have capital that is not designated for schools or town and built into the budget for future years, add it above that, so both sides can benefit from it.
What's the number?
It is the 3.5.
It is 3.5.
Because you just add 1.1 to it.
No, we don't have to go 1.1, we can go 100,000, we can go 10 million, whatever you want
But
to
the
build into budget.
recommendation is 1.1.
That's, I didn't make that recommendation, I'm just saying you could add something. You're saying 1.1 is a debt exclusion. What I am saying is
I'm just saying
amount of money is
1.1,
an override.
whether it's debt exclusion or override, I'm saying 1.1.
I think it's override.
Because I take what that planning committee said very seriously
So you
about
want
those being our.
1.1 million annually, is what you're saying.
No, well,
that's
no,
right. That's
I
exactly
didn't
it.
want it annually, which is why I initially said I wanted it as a debt exclusion, but if Ed is saying that this is for our financial health, I'm open to that.
Okay,
I see Steve's point of view. We don't have to do we don't have to fund all those capital projects year one, but I think $500,000 annually.
Okay, but back to the point, we can't go back for this again.
so now you're up to
What an override's
2.8.
going on.
Wait,
So what's
sorry, can I ask
1.6?
a clarifying question, not its own question?
1.6, 1.62.
1.131 is the cost of these capital requests. It doesn't,
For year
if
one.
we borrow that money, that's principal and interest, and it comes over time, no?
The interest isn't even calculated into that.
That's what I mean.
That's just
Right, it's
strict
This
cost.
is just, so it's not
Um,
like we ask for that amount of money, we ask for, right, a loan, which is,
That's a debt exclusion.
right?
Yeah.
So, we have, this was part of the conversation for the warrant, the capital. We have $421,000 approximately. That covers, I want Brian to hear this, so. As part of the conversation for the warrant was the capital, we have $421,000.
I don't think they know you're talking to them.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I was
No, not
listening.
you.
Yeah, Brian's
Yes,
important.
yeah.
So,
And it's, is that the phones and the,
yes, so that would cover $150,000 for the phones in Chestnut Hill Community School, $38,000 for the phone system in Jabesh Brook Middle School. It would cover the $34,000 for the fire suppression system in the rec and freedom centers. The DPW radio system. We have an opportunity to reuse some of the repeaters that are gonna be decommissioned as part of the regionalization of dispatch. So we're looking at finding a used one to keep us whole until that is available, and it could be a year or two out, so that can actually come off the list. I was gonna put the wheel loader on hold for a year. I was gonna partially fund the EMS renovations. There's work that can be done in-house and other work that can be delayed, and some of it was just because I asked for a budget. I was gonna delay the purchase of the dump truck body. I was gonna put $75,000 into the Chestnut Hill Community School heat pump. And in working with the DPW director, we've identified that we need about a third of the brickwork on the town hall as a priority, and the rest of it can be budgeted at a later date. And then the other items are not gonna be on the list this year. So we did work towards the best plan to get through year one without needing the full 1.1 million.
So
Do you
what
have
was-
the number?
Yeah, so what was that again? That was the just tell me the numbers of the things you
Yeah.
wanna do.
Okay, so number 1, number 2, number 3. number 6 at $73,912. There's a reason for that. Number 8 and number 9 at 50,000. That's what I had this year. Now, that does leave a hole on these other items. So just so you have context on where I was gonna apply that $421,000. Now, the question is, do we want a reoccurring amount for capital that could either be used for borrowing for bigger projects or distributed among smaller projects, or do we want a separate debt exclusion, which is a separate question on the town meeting warrant?
I prefer not a debt exclusion, the override version,
I
part of
agree.
the operating budget.
I agree.
Others?
I'm fine with that.
So what I hear you saying, then the recommendation would be to do an override, $500,000 as part of the override, which would be a permanent solution to go toward capital improvements. So my understanding is we have to say broadly what the money is for the first year, the schools and the town, but then afterward it just goes into operational.
Well, we would have to agree to keep it
Perpetuity.
under capital.
Perpetuity.
Yes, we could not,
But the first year only, is that applicable?
yes.
But
But
I believe that we would continue to use it for that purpose.
Yeah.
We'll give it to future boards.
Correct.
Okay. Back to square, what?
And what are you
Did you-
thinking
you-
about all this? You haven't said much.
Nope, I haven't. I'm waiting. Give me a revised number?
So if we funded what he just said, that comes out to 420 and we have that money set aside for that.
And that's stabilization or?
That's-
No, that's the capital.
So
So
then
that's capital.
there's $600,000 of other projects. year one projects.
$710,438. Or, yeah, it's less because he said 73,912 instead of 101.
Right, but I would be happy with another 500,000. We could get, this entire list is done this year, and next year we could.
It's the recurring nature. We're so far behind.
We are so far behind.
And I agree with that.
So
I'm also gonna say what I said when I joined this board many moons ago, and even after we went through that facilities plan update, that I really would like somebody, and I don't know who that somebody is, to take a holistic review of all of our town buildings, and are the services in the right place? And are the buildings being utilized properly?
Okay. I mean.
I don't know who that person is.
Who could disagree? I mean, I don't know. I think it's great.
Will they do it for free?
But in terms of where we're coming down,
I'm just saying, like, if before we go renovating buildings in this town, I wanna make sure we're renovating them for the most appropriate use of the building that we're using it for. Like, for example, Finnerty, like, I have this dream that the town clerks move into that building, and then Steve and his staff can move into this building.
right, but to my point, that was part of what the strategic planning work would cover. I mean, I understand what you're doing. You're putting it all out now.
Yeah.
When the more thoughtful discussion.
No.
It's like,
No,
okay,
but
we're
I'm
gonna do
saying-
it now.
Yeah, but
I
that's
want
not-
this.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, this
Yes.
list encompasses how all the buildings are being utilized now.
I understand that.
That's all I'm saying. That was my only point. I'm not saying we should do anything more with that information. I just point done.
And call me an optimist, but I feel like having the burden of financial strain on operational budget removed would allow more headspace to have these long-term conversations and thoughts. And that's the way that I'm seeing this, is that this is an opportunity, if the town votes
Sure.
on this and approves it, that we
Sure,
can
how
take
would
some
you,
pressure off.
how would you convince me to see that line of thinking?
Because cuts have been happening over and over, and the cuts will be detrimental at this point. And I don't know how we will survive this level of cuts that would be needed because we're not even talking about if nothing, if no money comes forward. The amount of cuts that are gonna happen is going to devastate the schools. And I'm concerned also about our town resources and that we're not gonna have the services we need. How do we return from that? How do we future plan if we've been let out. And I don't know.
We're trying to figure out something tonight.
Yeah, and I still, I hear you, I still think we go with 1.6, I feel really strongly about that, and Steve's 1.198, great. And I actually, you're starting to sell me on this idea of having some money for capital improvements. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. But I am very concerned about the number being too big that none will pass. No one benefits.
So what is your view on the grant-funded firefighters, which come off grant next year?
I know.
You're gonna be right back here
So
asking for
what-
another override?
Now-
Can't have that happen.
So educate me. What was the situation prior to that grant funding? We just didn't have these guys.
Right.
They were
Right.
doing, it was overtime.
Overtime.
So we did have the guys, and we
They
were
were working
Well-
overtime.
And overtime costs more money.
Yep.
sure. So what was the plan all along when the grant came? Just wait it out and
I'll tell you, I was
eventually-
there.
Yeah.
We're like, future
No
funds will
money was
figure it
put
out.
aside. We just figured we'll wait and it'll run out, and then we'll deal with it. And here we are.
Yep.
Okay.
So the grant firefighters, there's 6 of them. The typical 40-hour work week, they're covering 12,480 hours of time a year. In order to maintain that level service, we would pay time and a half for that amount of time to do overtime. If overtime details are not available, now our residents have to wait for an ambulance to respond from ambulance, Amherst, Ludlow, Granby, and that's a real issue.
And our residents don't want to wait, and the call volume has gone up significantly. I mean, based on what the chief has told us.
And that data comes directly from our dispatch center, so
Yes.
it's not manipulated, they're real calls. It's a real issue that we have in town.
And on top of that,
That's
our
our
mutual
priority
aid
for me.
calls, have gone dramatically down.
Right. So mutual aid is down, service is improved greatly, overtime costs are down. The actual expense to the town by recovered fees through billing is much less than this. The bigger problem we have with the ambulance service, which is what I explained before, is Medicaid, Medicare payments.
Right.
We lose
It's
money
a
on
federal
those.
problem.
Right. If we collected Medicaid, Medicare, the fire department would be self-funded.
Yes.
And that's another federal politic thing that we would have to address.
And I know we've spoken to representatives about that, and they know it's a problem also.
Alright, so I feel like we could justify that to the taxpayers as part of an override, right? Like, we talk about justifying the number and making an argument as to why we are asking for the money.
Are you talking about the firefighters?
Yeah.
Okay.
That directly impacts our residents.
So there's still a lot of numbers floating out around there. Let's take a little temperature check. Anybody adjust their numbers yet?
Yes. If we gave the schools what they need, and if we give the town what they're looking for, and we add the capital needs, I come out with 3.5 million.
So you went up. All right.
Yes. The concern was not to have the number jump, because if it was gonna pass, I'm concerned about whether or not taxpayers.
Well, that's an extra $600 a year.
I know, that's why.
On an average household.
The original number came down.
Let's wait until I know where you're going. I think we should all wait for that part of the conversation. until
Which
we
part
get
is that?
This number. The impact report.
Oh, yeah, that's the impact report.
So Lisa's at 3.5,
Where's that?
round 2. Whitney, are you staying at
1.8?
1.8?
No, I don't think I can. I don't feel like I have a number I can throw out because
yet.
there's so much floating around. Can we whiteboard this?
Maybe we should
Really?
figure out what to take off.
Excel
this list.
spreadsheet. That's just
Maybe we should
open up
work
Excel.
backwards and take stuff off the list.
Do you want me
Well,
to
that's
send
what
this?
for me personally, that's why the numbers came in originally. It's 700,000 for the town, 850 for the school, and 1.1 for capital needs. But I don't want the schools to think I'm not playing ball with them.
Wendy, do you want-
Excuse me, or the town. The point of this was to keep the number, if it was gonna pass, to be reasonable, so taxpayers could actually pay it. And that's why the 2.8 was 2.8. Now, we're looking at 3.5.
Wendy, do you wanna take over the computer screen and whiteboard it up there?
Jen already has all the
Oh, do you?
numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, that means really messy,
What?
because I don't operate and
Now
I
do you-
clean up all
do your
my
best.
stuff.
Much better with math than
Yeah.
I am. More of a humanities person.
What do you want me to do here?
Wow, anybody even follow the closed captioning? It's pretty comical.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
it's not completely correct, but there hasn't been any profanities there.
Hey,
You know
they
what, that's
got a
okay.
chalkboard, let's go back to the old days.
I've been looking at that
Oh,
the
I see
whole
what I
time.
did, okay, so, okay. We can pick and choose, right, like we can.
Everything's on the table still, yeah.
Can I ask a point of clarification? If we pick and choose, I know the schools can do what they're gonna do with their portion, but for the town side, do we actually have the authority to say, if we give you this 437, it has to go towards the firefighters? Like, do we have that authority?
That's the board to direct Steve, yeah.
Okay, so we have that authority.
But to your point though, from what I understand from the legality of it, when we put it on the ballot, it does not get that specific.
Correct.
Right, so it's an honor code?
Well, yes and no. We still have to approve the authorization to spend, so it'll be shown in those budgets.
But the authorization to spend will be done by a new board.
Well, it depends on when we have town meeting. If we have town meeting on May 12th, it'll be done by this board.
Oh, that's a whole nother subject.
That is a whole nother subject that
Oh, God.
I'm waiting to get into.
Okay.
But what I wanna say though is I wanna bring Steve back in. Steve, has told this board that, that what he has presented us is a thoughtful, list of what needs to be done, and he's confident, right? That this is the number that we need to reach. And I wonder about, picking and choosing at this point, as we're not the experts, Steve is, to say, okay, we're not gonna do X, Y, and Z.
What?
So if we were to go in this direction and trust the experts and add, what capital needs are, that comes to 3.5 without a whiteboard.
But,
Well, no,
Yeah.
because we didn't add in that 420,
We take the 420 out.
we can take the
So
420
3.1.
out.
There's 420 already. because
Oh,
it was
that's
just free
right,
cash
that's
policy.
right. 3.1.
I mean, I'm comfortable with some of these smaller items, just building them into future years' budgets. like
Yeah,
the-
that's.
All right,
what I meant.
now you're stepping back.
Well, yes and
You
no.
know.
I don't want a number that's so large that it's,
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why I came up with 700,000. It's like, look, do you need all this? Yes. Does it have to be right now? I don't know.
so my possible additions were my priorities. My other thoughts were things I wanted to consider.
Right.
I think the grants
Grant,
manager is
yeah.
absolutely a
So-
top priority.
Yep.
But then we should move that one to the top.
Yeah.
The ambulance lease, we may wanna move that one to the top. That's a big ticket item. That would be hard to build into a budget in the future. A smaller item, we can build those things into budgets. So that's my point. I'm confident with the numbers. I'm confident that this gets us to where we need to be. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to do some work in the future to get where we need to be as well.
So the 57.9, and what was the other one, the ambulance?
Yeah, 65. Yeah.
do you know what that number is? I will tell you. Thank you.
Some function.
I need a mouse, I need like a external keyboard, I don't like it, this type of keyboard.
Steve, you threw out a number earlier where you were kind of going back on historical, the ways that we've divided things. It was around 700,000?
Yeah, you're gonna be over that with
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Also, I use Apple products, not Microsoft products, they're completely sorry.
So Jen, you're adding the,
I'm at 2.793 with before capital. So, and then the capital, you're saying what, 500?
So the 1.1 million was the first year request. We do need to build in something that's recurring,
You said 600. Okay.
500 or 600.
600.
There's an inordinate amount of capital needs.
Okay, I'm just asking what the number is. I'm just asking what the number is.
well, the total capital needs is 7 million.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought it was 18.
So if the total is 7 million and we put 500,000 or 600,000 in, that's a 10-year.
Yep, sounds about right.
No, the total capital needs 18,741.
That's the total list of all capital. I think they had a priority and then they had a high priority.
Yes.
Priority was 7 million.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 600 grand.
Well, only because we already have
The
like
400.
400.
So that basically pays for the whole initial list, basically.
The year one priorities that the
Yeah.
capital
Yeah, so
committee
that
outlined.
puts us at 3.393.
I'm lost. You lost me with all these numbers. Can you recap it?
So I will recap.
Chalkboards are good.
1.636 for schools.
Yep.
The base town request, 198,244. Plus his possible additions list, which is
All of them? All of them?
836.
yeah, 836. Plus,
Even?
well, no, 568.
I mean,
And then 122,920 for grant
For those
manager and
two
ambulance.
pieces, correct.
wait, I'm sorry, just add to one. You gotta say it for me too.
122,920.
What was the other one to make the 122?
The ambulance lease.
Thank you.
Okay, so 2.7.
That's 2.793.
So it's basically 2.8.
Well, plus capital of 600, that makes it 3.4.
Make it 500. 3.5.
That makes it lower.
3. Yeah, sorry.
How much did you do?
I'm
in
not
capital?
that good at math,
I
but
heard one
I,
number in
What
one
was the
year.
final number?
3.293,968. So basically just call it 3.3, which is not one of the very handily
It's
accessible.
okay, we can wait, we can worry about that.
Okay,
Right.
that's even higher than I had.
You said
I mean,
I said 3.1. So
and
now
the
we
high
have
priorities
3.3.
and this IT tech, that's just moving somebody part-time to full-time?
Correct.
I just want to say, it's not that I don't disagree we need these things. I just, if it doesn't pass, we get nothing.
Yeah. Facts. So I will tell you the impact, so I'm assuming these are house values.
Do you mind if we wait that until we come up to an actual
Sorry.
number?
Oh, but you don't want it.
So I still have an issue with the fact that we are saying yes to the full 1.636 and we just tore apart the town budget.
I agree.
I'm,
If we're gonna do for one, then we do for the other.
Wait. Say that again, what?
we're just giving the 1.636 and we just tore apart the town side of the budget. I'm not okay with that.
But they tore apart their budget within their committee, so like, I don't wanna touch their number, cause they already did, what we're doing, they did.
But Steve has told us that he also did this work and feels very confident about the numbers he's presenting.
Right.
So do we say, okay, we believe that the school committee is the experts and this is what we go with, but we're not gonna believe Steve and the work he's done.
But Steve gave us a number, and then this additional stuff is stuff that he didn't even include to begin with, right, which he also offered to the school committee, but they felt comfortable with what they were already working with, so I don't think we're talking apples and oranges. I don't think that we're talking the same thing, but maybe I'm just looking at it a different way. I don't know.
To put it into context, the difference between funding my entire list and what you're proposing is $51,500.
Yeah.
So,
So I'd rather just go with what Steve is suggesting.
you know, the 198 I'm comfortable with. The reason why it's 198 and not 421 going back in is because a lot of that was wages through retirements and starting new people at a lower rate than people that were leaving. So we don't need that money back. Savings in utilities. So that's already built in. You know, those numbers don't need to be there. So I'm comfortable either way. You know, whatever you decide to do.
For me, it's, it really is between, do we go with 700 for the town, 850 for the school, and as well as the capital, because then we're being fair in that we're giving more money to both, but not the full amount, or, and that might be more palatable to residents, or do we go with what the town manager recommends and the school committee recommends and build in capital needs? So for me, it's either 2.8 or, as Jen has pointed out, 3.3.
Well, the state allows another way that we could put this toward the town for voting. It's not ideal either, but it would be one town, one number, but it's a tiered approach. So we could put forward, will you accept 3.5 million and they vote it down, then you go 2.5 million, they vote it down. Problem is they could vote down all of it. But you do that through, from what I understand, you do that through saying, and these are the proposed budgets based on that amount. So they'd have to vote on the budget at town meeting, and then on the ballot it would be tiered, is that right? Or at town meeting we do the tiering. We'd have to do a special election.
The town meeting actually allocates the funding, so a tiered
Right,
approach on the
budget.
ballot is not gonna work unless the ballot happens first. And in that case, you're gonna need different sets of numbers. And we haven't talked about that just yet. That's a topic for tonight as well. So that adds a layer of complexity that
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be helpful for
No.
residents. I mean, I think we need to come up with one number.
Can I ask a legal question?
of course.
Like, you were having this number, and can somebody get up at town meeting and propose a different number?
Yes.
Okay.
To which number?
To whatever number you say, 3.5 or 2.8 or whatever.
However,
No, I don't think
No.
so, because
No.
it'll be on the ballot,
Yeah.
with a specific
Be on the
number.
ballot.
The override, right, the override is on the election, the ballot for the election, so.
but couldn't they propose a different budget number? The problem is then it would invalidate the ballot, wouldn't it?
No.
No.
They could rearrange at town meeting, but whatever the ballot says, that's what happens. I mean, Heidi made the comment a couple weeks ago about defunding some of the non-essential services. That's totally possible.
Yes.
I think that'd be a big mistake for people to do that, but it's
To be
possible.
clear, I think it would be a big mistake too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's a reality.
I just think something.
I
has to be
appreciate you saying that. I know that the senior center was very scared, as well as the library.
done. I mean, I said that the day of. Like I said, that's not where I wanna go, but something has to be done. But that's neither here nor there. Just
Yep.
wondering about how this number's gonna go.
Just because there was confusion, for clarity for the record, I want to make sure, because I said yes to Heidi's question, so just that we're clear, no, a person can't get up and say, I propose a whole new number. That couldn't happen at town
The
meeting.
number we're talking about tonight? No.
No. What about a budget number? Can they propose a different budget number? They could. Wouldn't pass, though.
Don't know. That's where town meeting and the voters speak up.
But the ballot will reflect the number that we picked tonight.
And the ballot will already be submitted and
That's
printed
right.
at that point.
Right.
Just a question, if it doesn't pass, because I keep struggling with, our number was too high, I understand. You're almost doubling the number for new positions. What happens if it doesn't pass? Like, how do you save the 5 firefighters? Like, what's the plan? What's the plan for the grant? And I don't mean like to put you on a spot, but
No.
I think we'll all be in the same group you know, it's almost like, let's bounce that number up, because we know it's not gonna pass. And then we're all gonna be in a situation where we're gonna be cutting services, we're not, you know what I mean, so.
Brian, if I can answer that, you hit the nail on the head for me. That's why I'm not in favor of this gunshot approach.
I agree.
I was just,
I would rather see those committees take off,
Do
form,
their work.
do their due diligence, and actually come back and do it. And
And-
propose the numbers that this board, without me, can actually get behind 100%.
And that's also why it came in at 2.8. I know it wasn't the number you wanted, but that might be a more palatable number for the residents. So it really isn't
I think-
about attacking.
right. No, I
It's really
think
about trying to come up with something that might
what we
be
heard, and I heard it
palatable.
from some of you, was that number's too high and it's not fair to put that on the backs of residents. Alright, so we got it down to 1.6, which is $1 a day, just the school part,
$1 a day.
you know,
What are you talking about?
so, the increase, yeah.
The tax implication.
Right. So, now, it's like we're doing the opposite of what we were told. Let's put everything on there, and let's put the burden on the backs of the taxpayer.
Well, Brian, when I said it was too high to start, it was the increase over last year's budget. That's when I said it was too high.
And that's definitely what
So
I
it's
said
not,
as well.
it's not what,
You
2.65 million, I still would have said it was too high.
No, I
It's not what it was
understand
last
that.
year.
I understand
That's all I
that.
meant.
It was actually me who made the statement, and it was,
But you can take the credit.
it was me who made the statement on the backs of the taxpayers. And that was prior to us knowing that we were going to be going for an override, and prior to me seeing what the town's needs are.
Are they needs or wants?
Well, that's what we're talking about tonight, right? I mean, that's why I sat here and said, what is the necessity of fire deputy chief,
Right.
lieutenant? I mean, I'm still questioning those things, and that's why I'm still holding firm on my number that doesn't include those positions.
Okay.
And, yeah, okay, I understand that, but we are listening to the experts, both the school side and the town side. And if we are listening to the experts, as well as making sure that the capital needs go forward, the number's 3.3.
Can I ask one more silly question?
It's not silly, Brian, you know that.
Then what happens to all the money we've been putting in capital projects the last couple of years?
Well,
All the money?
all the money, all $400,000.
But to quote you, you said we'd done very well. We had 0.
We have a start.
And we have 400,000, so give yourself credit where credit is due.
Let's come up with zero inertia, Brian.
Yeah.
Let me come up.
Hey,
There's still another 7 million in capital needs. It'll get used.
yeah, but I don't think anybody was thinking that all these capital improvements were gonna be done in 1 year.
The capital improvement committee came out with year one projects that are of dire need.
Yes.
Correct.
That's what we're talking about,
Correct.
among the rest of the projects.
Right.
So, all right, temperature check. Lisa, where are you right now?
I'm at 3.3, and I hope it doesn't pass.
Nicole, where are you?
Can you come back to me?
Jen, where are you? For a number? We need the questions coming back to you.
I mean, the 3.3 is like negligible about this other thought category. To Steve's point, the difference is
50,000.
50,000, as he's mentioned. I'm gonna go back to really what Lisa said earlier, which is we need to be prepared as all of us in the room to like be able to justify, because the only thing I think that will make this pass is how much am I paying extra and why should I pay that money?
That's right.
So do you have a number in mind?
What, so, I mean, I wanna look at you won't let me look at the impact,
What's the number?
No, that doesn't count.
but that's part of my decision.
No.
Point. I don't know what to do.
I'm looking for some number between 1.8 and 3.3, unless you're gonna commit to 5 million.
But no, 5 million's too much. I mean, okay, so if I have to think about, I think that we could justify the 437, so if we're already gonna go above the base, the 1.8. All of these, 3.3, I guess.
You're at 3.3. Whitney?
I just don't, I know that the question is not will it pass, I don't see how it will pass, I don't see how we can do anything less other than taking 420,000 out of the 1.1. Yes, I know we still need the
Oh,
money.
that is with the 420 out.
That's with the 420 out.
Yeah.
That's with the
Here, let me show you.
Show me the
let me show
spreadsheet.
you
I
the
told you I'm a
spreadsheet.
visual learner.
Here's the school request.
I'm still at
plus the
850
town-based
school,
request.
700 town, 1.1 capital.
And this is
So how
this
much?
additional stuff, and this is all the rest of the additional stuff, so that's 2.845, and then plus an additional 5, so he has 420
2.7
for
million.
that stuff, so when
Oh,
you
but that's
put in,
including
How'd you get 2.8?
all
I
of
had
these.
2.8.
because the difference
Okay.
between
Because I made a math error earlier.
Well, no,
This
now I'm
is
3.3.
is like 50 grand, so at that point, it's
What
not,
about the other full-time positions?
well, that's where I feel like this, that's what I said out loud, is that I feel like that could be justified.
Justified as removed?
No, as leaving,
Me too.
needed.
I'm not sure how these are justified though.
Right.
So but I'm just for transparency, I'm not sure how we can justify 3 additional salaried positions that we don't currently have, a fire deputy chief, a second police lieutenant, and an assistant town manager.
So then pull them off. What's your number?
So that takes
That
out,
takes out
here, I'll take it out for you.
345, 568.
Right, so it takes
Oh,
out,
You're thinking
3
3 million.
right, so like at that point,
I know.
3 million.
Which ends up costing the taxpayers like nothing. It's like
well,
it's
we're not allowed to
I
look at
know.
the impact.
But knowing how this works, it's minimal. It's a small amount.
It's a small,
What's
small
the amount? What doesn't cost taxpayers nothing?
So the difference between a 3 million override or 3.4, it's like such a
3.3.
small amount on their average costs a year.
So what number do you want me to write down right now? Nicole, you said 2.7?
Yeah. But now we're back to ripping apart the town side of the budget and giving the 1,636 to the school with no consideration.
So your 2.7 is 850 for the schools?
850 for the school.
And what if it was the whole number? What would it be?
I don't have that.
Oh, I have that number, hold on, I
Because
have
the
that number.
3.5 is the argument of everyone gets everything.
So your number, with the firefighters, with the grants manager, right? Yes?
I'm sorry. I was still processing what Whitney said. Say it again.
Yeah.
And a
Speak.
finance director.
And the finance director?
Which hasn't even formally been recommended yet.
Yeah, I'm on the fence on that anyway. It's fine to not include it. It's fine.
I don't know what.
I also
where
had
she's
the
at.
pool as part of it.
But the
The
pool
pool's
is
already
part of
in
the
the pool.
It's part of the
198.
198.
Pools
Yeah.
also.
That's
Oh,
what-
no, I'm just saying for her. I'm saying we fund what they're demanding.
Nobody's-
I'm just waiting on, you working on Nicole's stuff or not?
Sorry, Nicole,
Yes.
tell me what you wanna do. 1.6 plus the 198 plus,
I don't want to do the 1.6.
we're just running
just-
numbers right now, so
Yeah, but
just-
she's saying no to the 1.6.
I understand. So everything else besides the 1.6.
Oh, okay. So 437 for firefighters,
okay.
198 for reinstatements,
Mhm.
57,920 for grant manager, 1.1 for debt. I'm sorry, for capital.
1.1.
Did I put words in your mouth? Didn't you have the ambulance?
What does that come out to?
Yeah.
I know, it's all, I know.
If okay,
does that
let me
come out
add. Sorry, Lisa. Let me add ambulance, and Steve. What was the other one that was a necessity for you? Oh, it was just the ambulance, right?
Grant,
Is she
can I
talking-
make a suggestion?
What, oh, wait. Jen's trying to do the math on this.
Well, is this with the 850?
65 with the ambulance.
And 850 for the schools?
Yes, yep.
That's our initial thought, yeah.
I want to give you a suggestion.
Steve?
Wait, so what does that come out to?
Hold on.
It may be more efficient if we would take the list and vote on each item one by one and build a number that way. Start with the 198, work through the possible additions. On the other thoughts, I would only focus on 2, ambulance lease and grant manager. Take a series of votes, and then you have your number for the town site.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get temperature check at the moment.
2.739.
Okay, yeah, 2.7, yep.
So 2.8.
The only reason I have an issue with that, Steve, is because for me, what we approve for the town is directly related to what we approve to for the schools. So it's hard for me to do that.
Yeah, but I will not be offended if you take votes and they're yes or no's, so.
I understand.
I also think that you know better than we do what the priorities are. You listed them. And then it just becomes our opinion.
Very good. Whitney?
What, a number?
Yeah.
So 1.834? That was your first number.
1.834 was the base. That was
That's the
the
base.
That was the base. That Steve said I need this, and the school said I need this.
How about now?
30%, that's 480.
I guess I would say my personal opinion is that we probably need to go ahead and fund the firefighters, so for an additional $437,000, and then I do appreciate the point about $500,000 in capital. But that's a whole new number.
Okay.
I know, so that's 937 on top of the 1.8,
Hold, please.
2.7?
and that's approximately 2.7.
Average for capital, 500?
500. I don't know, others have said 6, but
Okay, so interestingly,
That
Nicole
is
Whitney.
2.89? No, just
it
the,
was like 2.7.
just the 437, nothing else.
No.
Wait, not grant manager, not ambulance
No, I know. I'm being very bare bones about
Oh,
that.
that's fine. I just
So
wanted to be sure.
interestingly, so Lisa at 3.3,
2.7.
Jen at 3.3, Nicole and Whitney both at 2.8, but one is fully funded schools, the other one's half funding the school request. So we're getting close. A lot closer than we were when we first started.
I think we can all agree this is very difficult
Oh yeah.
because we know all of this is needed.
Mhm. So with the board's consent, I would like a 5-minute recess, restart at 8:45 p.m.
Please, I would appreciate that.
So we can stand up.
Yes. Do I pause the recording here, Steve, or what do I do?
If you're recessed, I think you can.
Muted.
Just mute it.
Leave the
I
recording?
want to know the chat.
Go ahead and mute.
I want to know the chat. We're taking recess.
Make sure that the sound is off, the camera's
Can
off.
you notice me over to the bar?
You want this?
I see you get the second.
Steel,
Sort of
is
wanna
the
go
sound and camera off?
We're muted, yeah. Camera's still on.
But the owls,
Kinda wanna go to the farm, get my water and then we need to.
8:45 you said?
8:45.
Do we have a water refill station here?
No, but they seldom, I get ads for it.
It's usually the question right now. Sorry.
No, you can fill it up in the sink, I mean, the water's safe.
You know what? I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Ruby, you're a gem.
Oh, it's like 20 degrees.
That was funny,
That
cause
is
Ruby
fine.
is a gem.
Yeah, I got it just about the time you, yeah.
I didn't even do that on purpose.
4 classroom spaces available, that's it. Everything else is student. Oh, it doesn't matter, you have to have it. Yeah, yeah, there's no small offices at Jewish. screen, or it has to be a wall. Yeah. I mean, we could do that, but no, it's not. I think it's. That was only a suggestion. 6th grade needs to be a Javish. Yeah.
Thank you.
And honestly, I don't. This whole thing affects kids. A little bit.
I know, it's, well, I was Coke, but I got a Pepsi anyway, so.
Does the
I'm
button
not
say
gonna
Coke?
move for a year and then have to move again.
Alright, so
Just
after the
to
kidney
please these
stone,
individuals that
the
are
report says I need to stop drinking dark soda. And I love Coke more than anything.
Really?
Yeah.
I love Diet Coke.
It's still dark. Oh, I love you.
But it's the same.
It's still dark.
Right, my granddaughter's having 6 kidney stones
It's
this
their
week, and she
solution to
loves
that.
So after I had all the kidney stones surgically removed, there was some on the left and right side. And then I had to do a 48-hour PNS, so I had to save all my pee for 48 hours and send it to them, and they tested it. And the causes of the kidney stones.
Anybody else need a soda? I got some ones.
High salt food, what's that?
I said, need a soda? I got some ones.
Oh, interesting.
So now nothing is delicious anymore, because I don't put salt in anything.
Yeah,
So
well,
maybe
we
I'll
want
just,
that.
More
I'm a
M&Ms.
really big salt person.
Here's some potato chips.
I bought you a present, but I didn't bring it in.
Coke is like,
Should I go outside and get it for you? How
if
you
it's
doing?
in
Did
the
you eat
vicinity,
dinner?
I just want it.
Did you eat dinner?
Potato chips and a Slim Jim.
Alright, I'm gonna get you some.
No.
Oh, wait, what happened?
Oh,
Are you
regular
a snack
snack
machine? Please, you're a vending machine?
So with MS, you can't have Diet Coke. The sugar cane.
I have a bunch of ones that come up. Most people don't carry cash.
It's all Pepsi.
I'm always just too excited about this. But I don't mind if I crack a window.
I'll go right ahead.
I tried to drink Sprite, like I'll get the fix up on Coke, but after like a day or two, I was like, I don't like it so much.
They make it a little air.
Oh, no. Yeah, they work. So we have a spot.
I think there's a window with it.
There's a window behind the window.
Yeah.
And mine's like empty.
Is there a window?
Maybe they have like a water.
Steve, is there a water bubbler here?
It's in the office upstairs locked, but.
That's okay.
I went to the bathroom sink.
You did?
I did.
Where's you got a water
The
bottle
bathroom.
on the bottom of it.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
You want,
It tastes
you want, there's water in the machine, I got a dollar bill for you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just fill it in the, I'll find it.
I'm gonna follow you, so I can do the same thing.
I don't know where I'm going.
Town liability if I get hurt?
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. 3.5, done.
I could do a little lighter. I could just shove something in there.
And they get also, because it's.
Go ahead and grab some things.
Oh yeah, that's 846.
You know, we need a Ritter for this project.
All right, it's hotter, it's muggy outside, and that's not really gonna help.
Aw, thank you.
I need 2 fingers.
Can you do that one?
Oh, where did you get those?
Anyone home, Lori?
Yeah, I got it. Hey! Is it gonna stay though?
Butterbean?
If you go up far enough, it should. There you go.
I changed my opinion about the town improvements needed.
I knew somebody with 2.
Ordering some Domino's.
You needed 10 fingers to do that job.
I love that place.
I like their Parmesan bread bites.
My son loves those. Oh my God.
Did you just find a bag of Butterfingers?
No,
Out of nowhere.
I bought them for Ed.
Just now?
All right, it's
No.
8:47, we're overdue.
Bought them for him.
Can I have a
It's
Butterfinger,
not yet.
please? Thank you. May I? Thank you. I'll take 2.
No, I bought them for you.
Love it, dude.
Watch me get too cold and go.
You better lay a finger on
Literally bought them for you.
That would be so nice.
As soon as Lisa comes back, we'll get the meeting going.
If anyone gets
Actually, you know what? We can get going now.
Absolutely. There is no too chilly.
I'm gonna leave it open.
Heidi, we're gonna
Got
put
the
your
letter.
chair over here. Would you like to come sit?
He's opening this window for me.
Yeah, it got too warm.
Yeah,
I
hit
mean,
the
I
recording
had an
thing
entire outfit on that I had to get rid of
I've
instantly.
been taking off clothes.
Thank you, sir. Oh, is it? Okay, meeting is back in order. And we left off, Lisa at 3.3, Jen at 3.3, Whitney at 2.8, Nicole at 2.8, but that was with half the school. So, I'm not putting words in your mouth, Nicole, but if it were a full school funding on your side, it'd be 3.6. I'm just trying to create apples to apples here.
Oh, because of the capital. You sure you don't want to revise your capital number? Because we do have that 420.
I will revise my capital number if Steve is okay with me revising my capital number.
So his plan was that we have the 420, which we would only need 700 or 600,000 left.
But my problem with that is that we still have another 7 million
Oh yeah.
of other needs that are still priority. And we only can ask for this once. I truly believe that.
No, but yours would include 500,000 for capital.
No, I know, but I'm trying to figure out if it should be the,
It's in perpetuity.
No, it's 600,000. I thought we decided on 6,000.
No, we
Well,
lowered
we
it.
didn't.
We
Lowered
lowered
it
it
500.
down to 500.
It's gonna be,
Okay.
it's still a conservative number.
It is.
It is.
So like but it's better than nothing. Okay,
Where are those potatoes?
so
All I have is budgeting.
3.6, 3.3, and 2.8. Oh, interestingly, I see a number developing here, right? So Nicole and Whitney are on opposite sides of 3.3 plus or minus.
Yeah.
So I think the question is can both of you get to 3.3? I'm talking Nicole and Whitney.
But if it doesn't pass, it's the same as 0.
But this is the will of the people.
The voters.
Yeah.
And this is, I highly doubt this will be the last time this question comes up.
Yeah. I agree.
Even if we do both like collectively agree on this very, very large number, we haven't agreed on how it's split.
Well, between
Yeah, we-
Lisa, Jen, and you, that's 3 for fully funded schools. That's all you need.
Is Lisa for fully funding schools?
Is for fully
Only
funding
if
the
the town
school.
gets more.
Yeah, if we do for one, we do for the other.
can I talk to you about that for a minute?
Of course. It's
No.
open meeting.
You're only for fully funding the school if also fully funding the town.
That's right.
Okay, which is the 3 point, what did we say, 5?
3.3.
3.3. Okay, if we're not fully funding the town, are you for fully funding the school?
No. I think we need to be,
So this is how
Very
school
well.
and capital projects. It's not just one. It's
Okay, and does the 3.3 keep capital at 1.1 million?
well, no,
No.
because we have to count the 400,000 that we already have.
Why do we have to? Because we know we have capital coming down the road that we also are gonna use that for.
If this is part of the override, my understanding of the override is that every year until we peel it back, we will have these amounts available.
Right, yeah,
So
that we'll
then-
have extra in additional year.
Right, so that
Yeah,
will
I get that.
include like 500, if that's the number we agree on for capital every year until we underwrite it. So in addition to any free cash that we continue to put aside years forward.
So 500 would be a base,
Right.
and whatever else we could put towards it.
a base of a very large mountain.
Yeah, and if we have a $10 million project, we would go for a separate debt exclusion.
Right, exactly.
Right, if something really crazy came up. Yep. Okay, so
Can I ask another question? Is a select board member, can a select board member have an article put on next year's town warrant? Or does it have to
Next
come
year's
from a
town
or does it have to come from a department?
Well, all the warrants get approved by the select.
No, I know, but can the select board member say, I want this article put on that they've created?
If the board agrees, yes. If the board doesn't agree, then.
Okay, so it can come from a select board member.
Oh, yeah.
Like the
If the
motion.
board doesn't agree, you can do a citizen petition.
Which is non-binding.
So you're talking town meeting warrant?
Yeah.
Yes, the
Yeah.
select board
What do you
or
think?
citizen.
I'm thinking about an underride.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Northampton's doing an underwrite, aren't they?
So an underride would be part of an election. You know, only the select board can add a question to the election ballot.
Although I will caution you that once people start paying
Oh, I
the
know.
money,
I'm aware. Consumer mentality.
that
And that's why
it's
this is
very
such a
hard to
slippery
claw the
slope.
money back.
I know. We're ready to go right down the slope right now.
All right, so we're gonna check in again with Whitney and Nicole. Can you get to 3.3?
This feels so, well, I think you'd agree with this. This doesn't feel like an educated way to do this.
I'm sorry.
I've said that since day one.
I said I think Ed will agree with me. This doesn't feel like the most educated way to do this.
I agree, I've been saying that too.
But we voted, we're putting it on the ballot,
Mhm.
so I think that we're overcomplicating it.
And it, you know, this is democracy in action.
So,
Okay, well, I will come to the 3.3 with fully funding the schools, but I just want to preface it by saying I am against this override, and it is okay for any voter in this town to vote no. And that's it.
And I would say I'm for the 3.3 and I'm against this and hope it does not pass for the same reasons Nicole was saying.
well, we haven't
Are we
begun,
voting?
we haven't made a motion yet.
I'm just putting it on record.
All right, so I hear 3, so is there a motion to be made at this time?
Can I,
Really?
yes,
Okay.
I need to just put this on the table. We have a question on the town meeting warrant to place $194,267 of free cash into our stabilization fund. There will most undoubtedly be questions at why we are putting money in our savings account
Yeah.
while we're asking for an override.
We're in the middle of fixing the financial status of Belcher.
That's right.
So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware, because if you wanted to pull back on that for 1 year, you most certainly could. Currently, we have $2,211,456 in stabilization, which is just under 4% of our budget. If we combine that, combined reserves, which includes OPEB, we would actually have $2,575,000, which is 4.62.
What's the recommendation?
So, is,
I get to about 5.
yeah, so we are low. So just be prepared.
So the reason to get above 5 is that when it comes time for the bonding projects, we want as solid a credit rating as possible. All this stuff is interrelated.
That's right.
This is just a series of steps, as painful as they are to talk about in public. This is a series of steps to making sure Belchertown is financially healthy, way past all of us. At least our part, while we're on watch. That's my view.
And doesn't override make us financially healthy, in your opinion, in any way?
This year? No, I think this is I said this before, this is not a good approach. I'd rather see the committees do it, but we're not there, so. So, is there a motion or not?
We're still not allowed to look at them.
Oh my gosh, let Jen look at it.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. How does it work?
3.3 million.
So I look between here and here.
Between there and there, closer to there, look at your house.
Okay.
There. That's what it means for that particular
But
line.
we're at here now, so that's the difference.
Yeah, it's gonna be like an increase of $550 for the year on an average home at $414,000.
Basically at
If
the
the
rates
voters
of
pass it.
the Jabish school.
Hmm?
It's basically
No.
at the rates of the
No, that
Jabish
was
school.
like 1,000.
That was like way up.
That was way up there. So I wish we had a better plan, but I mean, I feel like I personally that I don't know. We have to invest at some point, and if this will get us through, I don't know. Like, we don't have a crystal ball, and I'm very concerned. I was just talking with Cindy during the break. I'm very concerned about, we can't ignore that there is a federal, national situation happening that will directly affect anything we attempt to do in the future, and I don't know what that looks like, and that's really scary for everyone in the community, and I don't know how that piece of this, I have been living compartmentalizing all of these pieces in my head. I just have to say, I feel remiss if I didn't say it out loud because this is the way I'm operating every single day. So,
But we can't know what we can't know.
We
I
can't
share
know what we
your-
can't know.
I share your concerns.
so, you know, I think we put it out there. We need a strong justification, and we need to be prepared, really well prepared, if it does not pass, what we're gonna do.
Okay.
While we're making public statements and that we're not prepared, I just wanted to share too that if we don't go to the town saying that we all agreed on this and we support this and we believe in this, it's never going to pass, and it's just going to make things more divided. Even if this number is big and huge, we all have to come together, and I mean the schools, the finance committee, all of us, we have to come together and say we believe that this is a good investment.
I don't believe it's a
I
good
don't
investment.
believe
I
it's a
know.
good
So if we're-
investment.
So is this just going to fail and make us all look like we're still fighting with each other?
No, I don't think we're fighting with each other. I just want to say to the schools as well, it's okay to have different opinions. That's the beauty of what we do together, and that we continue to respect each other and work together. But I can't support this personally because Ed has said it. The committees have started. The work has begun. We need to do that with the schools. We need to do that with the town, and we need to present a strategic plan to the voters that says these are how all the pieces fit together.
Is there any override amount, Lisa, that you do support?
I support 3.3 if we're going to do this.
So you would vote yes for an override for 3.3, or is there no?
Oh,
world
no.
in which-
No. Personally, I am voting no.
She's allowing the voters to decide.
And that's fine. You're allowed to vote no.
Right?
But
you're
will this
allowed to vote
board
yes.
stand together and support and say that we came together for this because we believe that at least some people will benefit from this? Because if we can't, if we all then go break off and go say horrible things about this, it's just going to keep dividing the town, in my opinion.
Because it's a ballot question, you know, board members are entitled to say what they want out there, right? My hope is that Steve, through the town's Facebook page, refrains from anything other than facts. The impact report, here's what's on the docket, you know, make up your minds.
Mhm.
And then it's up to everybody else to take whatever position you want.
Yeah.
I will add that even with a 3.3 million increase, it's just over a 5% increase over the overall budget, if you think about it. Right? So there's that. 61.6 million plus 3.3 million, just over 5%. So depending on how you look at it, you can say it's a large number, you can say it's not a large number. That's up to your personal perspective. And when the impact report gets published, I'm assuming this will be out on the website tomorrow.
Yeah, we need to do a little revision, but yes,
Sure.
we'll have to put in 3.3 if that's gonna be the final number.
Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, good point. Yeah, skip this. Just do the whatever number the board.
The mill
We
number.
should do the current tax rate too, so that people
Yep.
can see
Yeah.
what they're already paying.
Ryan?
And there's also The DLS website has some tools for calculating impacts, so you can tailor it to
They
your
do, but I'd
tax bill.
rather
Right.
you put it out there.
Yep.
Mr. Cameron,
I guess a question for Steve and I, or Steve or me. This number, when people ask what that number entails,
Sure.
will there be a breakout?
It's the
Um,
it's the three areas, it's what
No,
you
no, no.
want.
Will it have a breakout of,
Line
Yeah.
items,
maybe not line items, but positions and capital improvement?
I'll tell you what, how about we leave that to you and Steve to figure out, but here's what my point, it's one town, one number.
yes.
Right
No,
now,
I
it's
understand
just
that,
works.
but, I think,
And my concern is people have opinions about different
well, they are, but
numbers.
I guess when
They
I
will.
present what my number is and where it comes from.
Yep.
I break down where the 600,000 comes from. I think it's only fair to the community that we break down where this 3.3 million's coming, because I think people are gonna be shocked tomorrow.
Yes.
Probably.
Because 2.1 was too much, and, so.
Too much for a single department ask.
Well, I get that. Some people thought it was too much anyway, Ed. Like Lisa said, everybody has their opinion. But I think we need to be clear what these, I have no problem saving 30 positions. And I'll list each and every one if I have to. But I'm just asking what, so we can have the same message going out.
Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna
I
meet
agree,
tomorrow
I
morning
agree.
still.
The two of you should
Yeah.
work that out.
I just like to say I agree because I think it helps people be educated. What if they see the list and they say, "Well, I don't want to fund those things," but then they're educated. So I think
Then they're
it's
educated.
I think it's important to share as much information as we can.
Agreed. Okay, still need a motion if people are at that point, or we can keep talking about it.
We need a specific number.
I've got 3.3 million.
That'd be rounded up.
Okay, what's the exact number you got, Steve?
I have 3.345468.
Wait, you're talking too low. Tell me what?
You tell me what you came up. I'll show you mine if you show yours.
Okay, I have 1,636,236 for the schools. I have 198,244 for the town base budgets. I have another 500,000 to be designated towards capital. I have $227,000 for police and fire, command staff.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just?
Yes.
Oh, you just combined all
Yeah,
those
just
numbers.
Combined the
Thank you.
first three, yeah.
Yeah, he just combined all three.
I have 437,000
For grant over
for the firefighters. I have 125,568 for a finance director.
Oh, yeah.
I have 47,000 for our IT department wages.
And the grant manager.
Yep, I have 65,000 for the ambulance lease, is that still correct?
Yeah.
And then I have 50,920,
57.
50, yeah.
57,920 for the grant position, which equals $3,293,968.
Say that again, 3 million.
Yep, 293,968.
Can we round up to 3.3?
No.
Well,
Okay.
Well, we
If
have
you
to budget for it, so.
if you put so the difference between that number and if you just included that whole 174 ask was 3,345,468. So it's a difference of 51.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't wanna, to Brian's point, we have to list this for the taxpayers and the general
Alright.
public. and,
Okay.
You know, to have $1,500 to pick up pet waste at Foley Field, we'll make that fit the budget some other way. Yeah, I'm not gonna,
Great. So that's 3,293,968.
323-93968.
Yep.
Okay.
The board feel comfortable with this number, or do we wanna take some stuff off the list?
Brian's gonna hate me saying this, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Go around the horn real quick. Nicole, anything you wanna take off the list or talk about more?
No, I feel like crap right now.
Lisa, anything you wanna take off the list or talk about more?
I echo Nicole, but no, this is the number.
Jen, anything you wanna take off the list or talk about more?
No, we're talking about our conservation land. I mean, when you start talking big numbers like this like thousands of dollars, so no, yes, the 3.293.
Whitney, anything on this list you wanna talk about more or take off?
I just had a point of clarification. The voter clickers, the state doesn't reimburse us for that. That's
No, we
up
paid
to
for
us.
those.
Mhm.
Can I ask is it completely,
Mhm.
if we ever move away from our current form of government, do we need clickers?
Well, the next step in
Mhm.
the evolution, if you will, would be a representative town meeting.
Mhm.
And we may have 100, we may have 20, I don't know.
Okay, just
But,
asking a question.
We have a mayor, Steve.
Yeah, we could have a mayor, that would be another step, so, you know, who knows, but either way, you know, we're looking at, you know, we're not looking at needing 2,000 clickers, if
Yeah.
that's what you're getting at.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
So your
We'll be
point
all
is,
set.
okay.
We already did the school, we already did the override, we won't need clickers after this.
We'll just go back to colored paper things like we did during COVID.
That's right.
Okay, so from my perspective, I'm okay if we want to take off the second police lieutenant, the assistant town manager, or the fire deputy chief. But if we wanna leave it on it, that's the will of the board.
Would that get us below 3?
Yeah, I'm doing the math now.
I feel like that might be slightly more palatable.
Well, I don't mean getting rid of all three, but let's, because there's a definite need for them, but like, maybe
I
not,
think we
maybe not
need
all
the
in one.
finance director.
So if we eliminated all three positions, we would be at 2,941,400. So,
That's just not, that's negligible.
I mean, it's the difference between under 3 or over 3, but I feel like those are 3 important ones.
Right.
Any comments from the select board on that topic?
if we include the finance director, but not the two command positions, we'd be at 3,066,000.
I could do that,
Well, yep.
but again, it's not that much.
Yeah.
$9.99.
of a difference.
$9.99.
Mm-hmm.
If we eliminated the IT position from that, we would be at 3,020,000.
I think we need the IT support.
I guess that's what I was trying to not very eloquently say is we need all of it. So how do we educate
Yeah.
people and
Right.
tell them
We need-
what it is and why we're proposing it?
Right.
All right.
The
It's up to them.
justification, I think, is the most important piece of all of this.
It sounds like consensus on $3,293,968. So, is there a motion?
So does the motion need to allocate it to the different buckets?
That's a good question.
No.
For the ballot? Don't we need that number for the,
No, it's one number on the ballot.
But we do need to have the language, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
where's the language?
I sent that draft language that came from the attorney.
So the motion doesn't need to be in that? It just-
Well, the motion to direct the town clerk to prepare an article for the election,
Yes.
we can vote on next week. So what I need tonight from you is
Just
the
the
number,
number.
so I can have that prepared for you. And then next week, we can vote it, I can notify the clerk next week. We have until April 14th, so we have one more meeting. Tonight was the hard part.
I don't think it's a good night, I don't think it's a good idea to leave without voting on this thing.
Well, you can vote on the number, but
Okay,
Then he's saying we
there's a
can do
separate
it.
vote to notify the town clerk, which will
Yes.
come next week.
very good.
So I move we put $3,293,968 on the ballot question for a 2.5 proposition override this town meeting and election.
Is there a second?
Nobody wants to second it.
I spent 10 minutes asking if everybody's good with 3.293 million. There really ought to be a second here.
Second allows us to talk about it and then we vote.
Correct.
All right, I second it so we can talk about it.
Motion is made and seconded. Any further discussion? Anybody?
Nobody feels good about this.
Any other discussion?
It's not exactly a very educated conversation point.
All right, roll call vote. Nicole?
No.
Lisa?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
Whitney?
So on the fence.
That's all right, take your time.
I said I'm on the
She's
fence.
on the fence.
I want it on the ballot. I don't think this is the right number, so no.
Whoa.
And?
Is it deciding?
I was hoping you guys would do the work for me.
Sorry.
We did a lot.
2 noes and 2 yeses.
Thought he was gonna get out easy.
I'm just thinking of the repercussions if I vote no, what happens, and if I vote yes, what happens. So, there's my personal beliefs, which everyone's well aware of, and then there's my responsibilities as a leader of the town to move things forward, where the townspeople clearly asked for and spoken for a number. So, while I personally don't want to see my taxes go up, I do think in the spirit of leadership, the question does need to be advanced to the voter. So I'll vote yes.
Okay.
Very good. All right, next topic. See, where were we?
We only got through A, so you know.
Yeah, we're gaining. So we have to go over the town meeting warrant articles. There's 46.
Should we excuse our guests if they'd like to be
You guys want to stay or go? Brian's like, I don't have school tomorrow.
Oh, it's gonna be a snow day.
Yeah, you may want to. I mean, the articles affect the school department too, so it might be worth sticking around.
Sit back down and get comfy.
Should have brought
I
food
gotta
to
look
this
out.
meeting.
So, first and foremost, for your consideration, well, let's start with the special town meeting first, and then I will get back to that thought. Starting with the special town meeting, we have 3 articles that we want to have considered. The first is to transfer sums of money from certain line items for current fiscal year budget. So that's where I spoke earlier about the town not having the ability to move money from, say, extra police wages into DPW snow removal. We have to go to town meeting. So, I'm jumping ahead. Number 1 is to pay bills from a previous fiscal year. So if we have any unpaid bills, we don't know that yet, but sometimes they come in, and the only way we can pay them, because we're in a different fiscal year, is to go to town meeting. Number 2 is to move money between budgets. That's another standard item. Both of these are standard. The third one is to transfer funds from our veterans benefit services. We received reimbursements over and above what we expected, so the town budgeted money that it didn't have to use, and we want to reallocate that towards capital. I found out that the air conditioning unit on Town Hall is failing. We're gonna put a Band-Aid on it, but we need to get some money going right away to get that replaced, otherwise payroll and bills will not get paid when it gets too hot out to work inside this building. So I wanna put that on there, and any remaining money, I'm looking at potentially equipment for our town clerk. We have a lot of big elections coming up. So stay tuned for that. We have $58,503 coming to the town. So I want to work through that. So that's the special town meeting. So if you're in agreement with that, you can go ahead and approve those 3 articles.
I move we approve the articles for the special town meeting as written and laid out by the town manager.
Seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. The annual town meeting, for your consideration, I am going to recommend that we rescind the vote that we took on February 18th establishing the date for the town meeting of May 12th. And I would suggest that we do it in June after the election, so we can have one budget going in front of the taxpayers on town meeting floor. I checked with town council. The select board can vote to overrule the town bylaw on the meeting. So the caution with
Where's
that.
Terry on this?
Terry is in agreement as well. Yep.
Okay.
So the reason being is if we have a town meeting in May and we have to prepare 2 budgets. We have to prepare a base budget, which is considered a non-contingency, and a contingency budget if it passes. If either of those fail or has a contradictory vote to what happens at the election, we would potentially have to hold a second meeting to rectify our budgets. That opportunity is there. So it would be, rather than try to plan for 2 mega meetings, which we know cost us about $46,000 to hold. You know, we've planned this twice now, once last year, once this year. I would rather just have one town meeting. So that is something that I would like the board to consider. If you're willing to do that, then next week at the April 7th Select Board meeting, I can have the motion prepared to rescind the vote and to reestablish the town meeting for a date in June that we can pick. And, you know, with any luck, maybe we can have it outside under a tent. We'd be in 1 space instead of 2. We can have it on a Saturday. We can start at 9 a.m. in the morning, and we can go all day if we need to. So what's the board's pleasure with that? You want me to prepare an article?
Can I just share one? So I do like the idea of this, but I have one concern that I think is a major concern, and that is that if the override fails at the ballot, what is going to happen at that subsequent annual town meeting in regard to our stabilization fund and defunding non-essential services? That worries me because I think people will be angry.
It would be up to that town meeting to figure that out. There's nothing that any of us can do to stop any of that.
Sure, we can.
They can do that in May.
They can do it in May, but I think, here's my thinking on that. I'm pretty sure, although I have no crystal ball, I'm pretty sure that the override is going to pass at the annual town meeting. I'm not so sure it's going to pass at the ballot. If we flip those 2 and it fails at the ballot, I'm worried for our funds at a subsequent town meeting.
But if it passed at town meeting and failed at the ballot, then you would have to have a new town meeting to reestablish what you're gonna do.
Correct.
Not if we're still coming with
2 budgets.
with 2 budgets.
But they would both have to be approved. So
Right.
the base budget could be disapproved, the override budget could be approved, And then if it fails at the election, we have to have a second town meeting.
But if they're both approved,
Okay.
then there's no concern.
Correct.
Yep.
So, can I just say something, because the schools, I have my budget hearing tomorrow.
Right.
Doesn't mean we can't switch it. I have two budgets prepared. One for the amount with the override,
Mhm.
and one with not from the town. School committee's gonna have to vote both of them.
Mhm.
If we wait till June, you're giving me 2 months to close a school
Exactly.
and
Oh.
tell 30 people
Yeah. No,
Okay.
we
And I
can't,
think we
can't do
have
that.
to tell them by
by
June
June
first.
1st.
Yeah, no, we can't do
So
that.
we can do anticipated letters, but you're just nearing the time that,
Mhm.
if it doesn't pass, I'm not sure it's gonna.
I think that's a fair point.
Yeah.
But so now you're saying, all right, move everybody, and just so you know, and not that it's everybody's problem, but gotta move Cold Spring, we gotta move 3rd grade to Chestnut Hill, 6th grade to Swift River, to Jabesh.
I think the overall point is we're giving you, what, 8 weeks?
Yeah, you're not gonna need a lot of time.
Yeah.
So what date would you like to see?
I would like to see it as is, but I don't know the legality of that. I'm not trying to say I'm an expert at that. But all I know is I have 2 budgets ready to go.
Yep.
One with the override, and I don't know.
We do too,
Okay,
yes.
so
Yeah.
I guess my question is, why would they not be voted on at town meeting? I'm just,
Oh, I'm not concerned about them not being voted on.
okay.
I think that there's a strategy that could vote down the base budget so that if the override doesn't pass, it has to go back to a second town meeting. That's,
Override
which-
doesn't pass.
right.
So we're at the same,
So like if we went to town meeting and said, don't vote for this base budget, cause we can't do it,
Correct.
Oh, I see.
right? And then
You're
vote for the
saying if
override.
someone made a new base number.
No,
Just if it was voted
It's voted
down.
Okay, but if the override, the base budget or the
If
override?
they just
base
voted
budget.
down the
Base budget was voted
base budget,
Of what the town, kind of what we first started with.
Right.
But just out of curiosity, why would they've never voted that down prior?
one year they did with the schools,
Yeah. Yeah, you had to
Oh.
come back with a revised budget.
yeah.
Oh, we
And
took
then
no
budget.
action.
I don't,
I think they got people to vote no, so that then there had to be a special town meeting once it was adjusted.
I see both viewpoints.
But I think to Brian's point, that is a legitimate concern. There's still an opportunity, even if we try to have it in May, that we'd still have to have a June town meeting.
Yeah, so that concern of a second meeting is present in both scenarios.
I don't know.
we can't
It is.
flip the election on the town meeting?
No.
No, the election is
Election set.
set.
what's Terry's recommendations?
Move to the side.
What if we move town meeting to May 20th?
so,
That's not a bad idea.
Well, that doesn't give us enough time. Well, it would. Well, the warrant would already be printed with both budgets in it, so we would have to take no action. Terry should be on.
I'd really like to hear what her thoughts are on this, and is she here?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can, Terry.
Hi, Terry.
Hi. We've been having a lot of discussions with myself and Kevin Hannon, mainly about the logistics of trying to do a town meeting in both the auditorium as well as the gymnasium. My biggest concern is the security in both rooms and how we can keep both rooms 100% live at the same time so that you have a fluid discussion going on, motions being made and amendments possibly being made. And so that's where the discussion came up to moving it after the election, like we did with the Jabesh vote last year. Having it after the election was much more fluid and much easier to control. If we do move it to early June, that also gives us the option of going outdoors, keeping everybody in the same room everybody hears the same conversations at the same time. And I think it makes for a much better environment for having these meetings. We know this is going to be very contentious, and I want to make sure that every resident has the opportunity to be heard. And that was just the discussion that we started to have today about the possibility of moving it, not having them so close together. The other thing is having a town meeting and a town election very next week. You're kind of plopping into early in-person voting at the same time. So there's going to be a lot of moving parts. And it was just the thought that we were having the discussion to kind of slow the process down a little bit and have some room to breathe in between the two.
Do you think we could make the end of May work? May 24th would be a Saturday.
Oh, so.
Well, then you get into commencements, graduations, people being
My
out.
kid's graduating on the 28th.
And that's Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah,
Oh,
can't do that.
Why can't May 12th be outside?
Probably gonna, well,
It's at night, it gets dark, whole 9 yards.
Oh,
I mean, we could put lights under a tent. It's an added cost,
Ka-ching, yeah.
but
That's not gonna be a quick town meeting.
it's gonna be a long.
Yeah.
And that's the other problem, and Terry will chime in on this. We don't think we're gonna get through 46 articles in one night if there's debate
We
on
don't
the
think we're
budget.
gonna get what?
46 articles.
I don't disagree.
Can we move the budget to the top, the very first article?
Oh, it should be.
Well, we
It's
can.
Article 9, the first 8 go by really fast. I'm not worried about that part.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
What are the first 8?
just housekeeping.
Oh, okay.
yeah, we'll get to those in a minute. I guess, you know, do you want me to move this on to the April 7th agenda and we
Yeah,
can think
but
about it?
really, I was gonna say, take Brian's feedback and talk with Terry and see if there's a way, and maybe talk with Brian, like, okay, what is the right date?
Brian and I have a meeting set up for tomorrow,
Okay,
and Terry will be in the office, so we'll pull her into the conversation and try to come up with a better date. But if we do pick May 12th, then we're gonna have to have a second night already set aside, because I don't think we're gonna get through
What
it.
about Saturday, May 17th?
I'll be in New Jersey, but you guys.
why don't
can
we
do
let
it.
them work that
I
out?
think it's really difficult to move the date entirely.
There's a lot of
like
stuff
that.
that happens in May around graduations
know.
and,
And
you know,
June's just as bad.
Senior
Yeah.
concerts,
Yeah.
events, things like that.
The high school graduation's June 5th,
Yeah.
so
I'll just reiterate, contractually, we have to tell teachers by June 1st.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
sorry,
Contractually, we have to tell teachers by June 1st if
Okay.
they don't have jobs next year.
Yeah.
So it sounds like May 12th might be the end all, but let's,
okay.
May I ask one more point of clarification? You mentioned the audio may be preferable outdoors. How would that be better than indoors?
well, you'd have a speaker system and.
All in one place.
We're not talking about the audio as far as acoustics, it's more having two meetings work in unison.
I mean, I like Terry's idea, and seems like Heidi does as well, that we're all in one place, rather than having two rooms.
So we could look at a tent on May 12th outside. I just don't know what you have for field
We
use.
did it during COVID. We
That was on
had
a Saturday.
people in the tennis court and we had people in the gym.
Yeah.
We had 2 moderators and that
Worked out really well.
worked out really well. So I guess what I'm saying is the concern about having people in different rooms, we already tested that worked.
Well, Brian and I and Terry can kick it around tomorrow.
That's what I'm thinking. It's 9:30, fresh, you know, a fresh day.
Well, we're not done yet.
Well, in the gym
I
and the
know we're
auditorium,
not.
it's 1750, isn't it, in capacity?
1,400 and some change,
Okay.
and then we can put another 800 in the auditorium.
That's a lot of people.
It is a lot of people, yeah. All right, so we'll report back on that. So as far as the annual town meeting warrant articles, the first 8 is, the first 7, as Ed mentioned, are housekeeping, the,
Oh, I see.
naming the Susan D. Bridgman Fund, approving the annual town report is number 2, establishing the rate the Board of Assessors and Board of Health pay themselves if they work. legal counsel for the Board of Assessors. Number 5 is money going into the reserve fund for the Finance Committee. Number 6 is to allow the DPW to access state funding for road work. And number 7 is the creation of the funding of our cemetery lots account. And that money comes from the sale of cemetery lots. Number 8 is the budgets. Usually those first 7 articles, we go through them in 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, all right, so I'm just gonna ask, why do those take precedent over number 8?
There's no reason for it, it's just the way that they've always been.
Because they're so fast.
They go very fast.
Now, what I will also say is, if we take the budgets as number 1, and everybody leaves the meeting, somebody could make a motion to reconsider the votes. So nobody should be leaving this meeting
Okay.
until it's over.
Okay,
Even after it's passed or failed, they could
Correct.
still.
That is correct. Now, the moderator, under certain circumstances, could call the motion to be out of order if somebody tries to rescind and change a vote. But that's a risk that I am not willing to take. So I don't think it really matters what order we take these in. We do try to lump them together, so that we do need to do a little bit of rearranging. But if we put this on as number 1 and everybody gets up and leaves, I'd be very concerned about that.
so all the way through this, someone could say, we're gonna raid other departmental budgets.
It's a possibility, yep.
Okay,
Yep. Number 9 is the capital. I already went over that list with the board under the last conversation, so I'm gonna skip that for now. 10 is to put the money into the stabilization fund. I already went over that. We have, annually, we make changes to our personnel bylaw. We account for COLAs, steps, any changes to job descriptions, reclassifications, all of that is built into the personnel bylaw, and we vote on those changes. Number 12 is to fund the BCTV with the PEG money. That money comes directly from charter. It's a pass-through. This year we're expecting $187,000, and that's what goes into funding BCTV. And number 13 is appropriating funds for the Belchertown Cultural Council. You want me to go through the whole list, or you want to take them page by page?
no,
Let's do page by page. Let me phrase that. I'm okay going page by page. Do board members want the line by line?
Well, I would like to know more about Article 13.
It's a pass-through,
It's grant money, yep.
grant money.
Okay.
but I agree with that, unless we see something specific on a page, to just have it go
Okay.
page by page. Is that okay with you too?
That's fine with me. Article 14 is some housekeeping. We realize that in the town bylaws, there's still committees that have a reference to being appointed by the select board and not the town manager. For example, the Animal Control Advisory Board, CPC committee. So council is reviewing that and is going to make a recommendation to clean up that language. Last year, we cleaned up the personnel bylaw to make sure it aligned with our legislation, and this year we're going to work on this. Article 15 is to increase the cost of permits for fuel dispensing, the gas stations in town. Article 16
When we're at the meeting, are we gonna be able to see to and from in the amounts? From this to this?
I don't, like a red line version on the warrant? I can.
Well, no, like, yeah, like what you did on Article 16, where you've got delete and insert.
Okay,
Like, are we gonna see the before and afters on the fuel permit,
I will mention
just for
that.
Yeah, I
consistency?
would assume we'd see that, so we know what we're
Right.
voting on.
I'll mention that to the clerk. I don't see why it's an issue. Article 16 is our animal control fine for nuisance dogs.
Do we know why we're deleting third offense on removal of dog waste?
I don't know.
Do we have a logic to why we're going to the new numbers that we're going to?
I don't have that information with me. I can ask the animal control officer to provide it.
Those typically come from the specific department.
Yeah, it just, for me, it's like, okay, we're going from 40 to 100. Is there a reason?
Well,
Or
I
is
think-
it just a nice round number?
No,
you
I
know?
think they're low in comparison to other communities, and that's why we're going up. That's the simple logic.
Conjecture, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Move on? Okay.
They're just high, and so it'd be nice to have some, even just a little detail, like surrounding communities, this is what they have. We're in line with, with what other communities have.
I'll
So
talk
that
to
we get away from the town's just trying to jack up fees and make us pay more money.
Okay, I'll get you some information
you.
on that. Article 17 is the acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 41, subsection 19K, which is an incentive for town clerks to receive Massachusetts Town Clerk certification. Currently, we have never had a clerk in Belchertown receive this certification. Terry will be the first. She's working on it now. It offers a one annual stipend of $1,000. She's looking to put this on the books for two reasons. One, because she worked hard, or is working hard towards that. Secondly, when she decides to move on and retire, the next person in, we should have some incentive for them to achieve this certification as well. So
That's great.
I agreed with that. Article 18 is also housekeeping. It establishes the time frame for when nomination papers need to be obtained for positions. This is what we are currently following, but it has never been codified into our bylaws. Article 19 is a voluntary contribution, so is an Article 20. Article 19 is to establish a senior citizen elderly disabled taxation fund. It's a voluntary contribution, so we have a scholarship fund right now. When you receive your tax bill, there's a place on there to donate. This will be a provision that will allow us to also ask to establish a fund for our seniors. If this passes, the select board will have to form a committee to oversee those funds and to distribute them, just like we do with scholarship.
What about the tax write-off program?
That's on here towards the end.
Steve, one more question about that article. I know we brought this up before, but if you don't receive paper bills, will there be an electronic option?
That I don't know the answer to.
Okay. 'Cause, like, I don't pay paper
Yeah,
bills.
a lot of people have an escrow. So we're gonna be doing some rearranging of articles. We put stuff on the end that was a little bit later in the decision-making. So that will be moved to lump with these other ones.
Thank you.
But Article 20 is a very similar program for veterans. People can voluntarily donate money to help our veterans. If that passes, our veterans agent will be responsible for distributing those funds.
What about the heroes?
That's, we'll be talking about
Okay.
that soon.
We're halfway through, almost.
We're getting there. Article 21 is to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 90, subsection 17C. And what this will do is establish on all town roads that are not already posted with legal speed limits, it will establish 25 miles per hour as the rule. So any thickly settled business areas that are not posted will be 25 miles per hour. Speeding in town has been a problem for a long time. It's been a topic for our police department and DPW. And a few years back, the state legislators created Chapter 17C specifically so towns could establish a speed limit that is reasonable on their back roads in heavily developed areas.
The only thing I'd say about that is I do think we would need to increase signage.
Yes, it's part of the, yes,
Okay.
you have to put signage up, and I don't want to,
Okay.
it's a pretty lengthy
As long as
conversation, but
As
yes.
long as signage is
Issue us
part
on
of
the
it.
topic
Yes.
months ago.
Yes,
Okay.
yep, yep. Yeah, Lisa might not have been here.
Oh, Right.
Um,
Maybe they could, will they be speaking also at town meeting?
Yeah, they'll be prepared.
Your great.
Yes. So one of the, just to answer your question real quick, speed limit signs will be posted at the town boundary, so people entering town will know. If you travel into Ludlow and Route 21, you'll see one that says, unless otherwise posted, speed limit is 25. So you'll see the same thing coming in. Article 22, we have a series of lease authorizations. Any lease that's over 3 years in duration has to be approved at town meeting. So Article 22 is for a public works vehicle. Article 23.
Oh, can I stop you?
Yep.
On Article 22, in case you're doing copy-paste, you have a grammatical error on the 4th line. It says available fines, not available funds. and
Oh,
charges.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's why we go line by line. Thank you.
Absolutely. Article 23 is, this one's been on the list for a while. It's for the Department of Public Works, Recreation Department, and School Department for a robotic field line painter. The cost of that's
It's expensive.
very expensive.
Why is it on here?
We
Yeah.
have a 2.5-year payback.
Why is it on here?
Well, it's on here for your consideration.
What's the cost?
Let me find it. What did I do with it?
Isn't this on the ARPA list?
Yeah.
Was.
It was, yes. So I put it back on here for your consideration so we could talk about it. The cost, and now I'm gonna round because I didn't bring the paper with me, was $46,000. The savings in labor and materials, it's a 2.5-year payback. So do we wanna do that or not?
I suggest no.
I suggest no.
I don't even understand. Is this like a like what is just?
It's a robot to paint the
No,
lines.
I
of
know
the-
what the thing is, but where is the money coming from? Is it part of the
Yeah.
budget?
It's,
Like-
yeah, it's savings in the budget under labor. So if you want, we can table this one till next week and I can bring the full, I can get
Yeah,
the
can you-
board everything.
I would like.
I vote no, forget about it.
What's being done right now?
It's all manual, yeah.
Is there a grant for that?
I wish. Any thoughts, Brian?
Anybody used one from another town?
No. No, I wish we could. It's a lease.
I mean, it's really your people doing it.
Yeah.
We have them in the town I work at, and
You
they're
have
lovely.
3 in Northampton, don't you?
So just as a little history, this was on the ARPA list, they said no. This was on the CPC list, they said no. Like, this thing keeps getting said no to, and I can't see any reason why.
Who said no on ARPA? The select board?
Yeah.
Okay.
CPC said no as well, previously.
So how did it get on here? Rec department submitted it?
So if you'll recall, on February 18th, the select
Yep.
board established town meeting date and established deadlines to submit warrant articles for consideration.
Yep.
This was a warrant article that was sent from the DPW rec department and school department, buildings
Okay.
and grounds manager, for consideration.
As long as it counts towards the school budget.
Well, that's true.
So it's,
Got schools attached.
yep. So I did not take out any requests that came in that were legitimate and had information to go with them. I submit them to the board for consideration, so.
How's the board feel about keeping this or letting it go?
Let it go.
And don't think this is the year for robots.
We're already asking for all this other money.
Sounds like it's a no.
So the only reason that I support it is because it helps with, we have a deficit in the required amount of labor it takes to maintain our grounds. And by having this, it allows us to shift the time that the employees are putting towards line painting to mowing grass and maintaining other
I mean,
things.
is there a cost benefit analysis? I would like to
Yes.
see that.
Yeah,
That would
that's
be.
what
Sounds
it
like
is.
2.5-year payback, which
It's
is
a
actually quite
2.5-year
good.
payback, yeah.
Steve, can you
Yep.
use it for other things besides the fields too?
Well, we could try it in your parking lot. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't think so, because that's not permanent. It has to be washable paint.
I don't think this is the year for this project.
I agree.
We can push it off a year, that's fine.
Board, yes, no? You want more info, or push it off?
I mean, we can talk about it next week.
Yeah,
as
if you
a-
can bring it
No,
next
that's
week.
okay, I don't need to talk about it next week.
Touch it once, let it go.
Well,
Okay.
they all say no, right? You
Well, no,
all-
I don't know.
We're gonna have a new field
I
next
don't,
year.
I don't know.
I
I'm
know,
gonna
it'll be a
say
nice
no.
new field,
I
that's
guess I'm gonna
true.
say no. I mean, I'd like to think long-term, and if there's a cost-benefit analysis, but
There is, that's why
I feel like we just don't have
2.5 year payback.
money for this.
I take it up next season.
Yeah.
Let's,
take it up
let's,
next year.
yeah, next year.
We'll move it to next year.
Can I,
Is that
Sure.
Linda?
can I chime in?
Who's
Who are we
this?
talking
Linda.
to?
Linda.
It's Linda.
Oh, okay.
This is Linda.
Hi, Linda.
So, hi guys. I understand this is a tough, topic to bring up this evening, and you've spent a lot of time, going over a budget, but I did put together an extensive cost of benefit analysis, and when Steve mentions that it's a 2.5 year payback, it is. So, my employees spend 95 hours an initial setup on the field. So they have to go out this time of year and they have to GPS every field from the get-go. There's 4 employees. Takes 95 hours to set up the field initially. Then one of my employees, weekly lining is 176 hours. So we're looking at a total of 271 hours to get these lines set up initially and then maintained throughout the year, throughout the season. The robot saves 75% of that time. So instead of the 271 hours, I'm looking at 67 hours at one employee. So I did a cost-benefit analysis to calculate the savings in labor and savings in paint. So paint is 50% savings. Just within my department, within DPW, we're looking at, I don't know if you guys got the spreadsheet, but I did submit what the DPW savings would be and what rec savings would be. So with the robot, we're looking at
I have,
cost for labor. Sorry.
Linda, I have, for DPW labor, $11,154.75, and paint, $1,287.64, for a total of $12,442.39.
What's the device cost?
46,000.
$46,950. Recreation savings, go ahead, Linda.
No, you go, Steve, you got
Okay.
it.
Recreation savings and labor, we have $5,049. Paint, we have $2,750 for a total of $7,799. The grand total in savings annually,
2.5 years, so about $20,000.
yeah,
$18,000.
$20,241 annual.
Did this significant item go before the capital committee?
I don't believe so. Did it go, Linda, do you know?
No, it did not go towards capital. No, it was not a capital request.
To me, that's
We were working on these numbers because it had to come, if it was to be leased, it had to go to town meeting. That's why it's coming to you tonight as a warrant article.
I think this is the type of project the capital committee was made for. I think that's a big ask. I know there's a 2.5 year payback. I don't think this is the year for that project. That's my view.
I agree.
How long do these robots last?
It's a lease, it's not like we own it at the end.
Well,
Oh, it's a lease.
we would own it, I
Oh,
believe.
it's a lease to own? Or just a lease?
We would own it, and
Finance.
it's about a 15-year, life cycle. And we have finance, it would be financed we could finance 4 to 5 or 6 years. The 6 years would be looking at around $9,500 a year, and we would own it after the time period, after the lease was up.
Wait, so we would pay
It
for
would
it
save
with
an
savings?
extensive amount of labor for my department.
It's not actual cash savings, it's
Yeah.
a lot of labor
Yeah,
savings.
no, I
Cash
get that.
savings is less, but
I get that.
you know, we're all struggling with labor. That's
No,
why I
I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards, like, if there's no real,
It's on top of the big ass that we
no,
just
I know
went
it's
through
on
today.
top of the bag S, but they have like a solid cost benefit analysis.
There's
to
no,
accompany it.
there's no money tied with this, it's just
Right, it's
authorization
not
to lease. The
money.
money is gonna be worked out through the budget.
Right, because it's all coming from the savings from the labor, and if she could divert those resources to other things.
This doesn't affect the budget?
Not, well, it does.
Well, it does in the sense that it's,
Yeah.
It does, but
Yeah,
it
it does.
doesn't, it frees up human capital to work on other things that we need.
But to Ed's point, isn't that what the capital planning committee was set up to do? To
This,
analyze what all the needs are and then make recommendations back to us? Why not have that included in the work that they do? And listen to
I
them.
don't know what was presented to any of these committees. or-
None of this was presented to them.
no, it was too late. This analysis was just completed.
I don't know, could we talk about it next week?
Yeah, we're not finalizing the warrant tonight, so.
No, I understand, but is there yeses or nos?
A no?
Not this year.
I'm kind of a yes, I don't know.
I'm not gonna be here the next meeting. I would always be happy to see a cost benefit analysis. But
Yeah, but you're not gonna be here next
I'm not gonna
meeting.
be here, so I don't
is
really
that a
matter
yes
in
or a
that.
no?
I'd be an abstain.
I'd be abstaining, yeah, I won't be here to vote on it next meeting.
And I'd be a no anyways. Not this year.
So can it be taken off?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Article 24 is to authorize the school department to enter into a lease for a vehicle.
Brian getting a Cadillac finally?
Tesla?
They're really cheap right now.
Getting messages that the meeting's muted again.
Oh, really?
Oh, they never restarted.
Oh, no, we did.
Oh, we did.
You did?
Yeah, the mic's
She
lit.
said she heard Linda, but now can't hear us.
Someone says we're muted.
I don't see it.
Well, hit the mic on and off and see what happens. Maybe there's a 17-hour limit.
I was just gonna say, that's gotta be what it is.
No, you guys are still good. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Well, DK can't.
This is the one we-
Somebody's muted, it's not.
All right, where was I?
The school vehicle? Sure.
Yep. Article 25 is to renew the lease for the K-9.
We skipped 24.
Nope, that was the
We
school.
went past it.
Oh,
That's the school department.
Yep.
okay.
25 is the police K-9 cruiser lease. Again, any lease over 3 years we have to deal with. Article 26 is to accept Hickory Hills as a public way. We have a public hearing scheduled next week for that. Article 27 is to accept the roads within the Woods Edge subdivision as townways. We also have a public hearing next week for that. Article 28 is a zoning change being sponsored by the planning department to better defined contractor's yard. Article 29 is also zoning regarding enforcements. Article 30 is zoning, defining accessory dwelling units, as is 31. Article 32 is also zoning to change. This is the portion of parcel, the town parcel behind the EDIC's parcel D. We've been talking about 10 acres of land that abuts parcel D and the EDIC taking ownership of it as part of the industrial park development. In order for that to be developable, it will need to have a zone change. And that's part of the strategic plan that we have to bring more businesses into town, is to have an industrial park going in behind Anytime Fitness. Articles 33 through 40, 41, CPC. Article 42, in Article 42, 3, pertain to the HEROES Act. Article 42 is to accept the provisions of Clause 22I, and that is to index the HERO Act tax exemptions to the
Yep.
CPI. So that
I see
they,
here it says pending approval from the finance committee.
Didn't they already approve
They
it?
approved it.
so yes, the memo came in after this was published.
Okay.
Great.
So yes,
So
So-
what are the actual, what are the ramifications of
Okay.
adopting this?
so adopting Clause 22I would have a liability to the town, an increased liability to the town of $5,532.50, based on current enrollment in the program. So a relatively small amount.
Where's the tax write-off program for
It's
seniors?
coming.
Okay.
Right there.
If we, Article 43,
45.
Oh, no, that's veterans.
45.
45 and 46, and we're gonna move those up to the other tax exemptions.
Okay, got it.
So
So hold on,
go ahead.
where are we? We're, 22I has a liability to the town of $5,532 in increased tax exemptions for our veterans. Article 43 is accepting Clause 22J of the HEROES Act at a recommended amount from the Finance Committee of 20% over and above what's currently on the books. The impact to the town for doing that is approximately $22,000. $21,890 to be exact. So what's the pleasure of the board on both of those?
As a veteran, I get it. Again, this falls under the category of not this year, especially in light of where we're at. The override. I don't think it's fair to cut anybody's taxes at this point. That's my view.
My view is that we need to support our veterans, and I am in favor of it.
Agree.
Going around.
Yeah, got him.
So what's 27,000 or something?
21,890 for 22J and $5,532.50 for 22I.
Apparently, Jen feels generous tonight. Apparently.
I understand.
Jen, I can't hear you. Are you voting in favor?
Finance Committee, we talked about this stuff, if I have a question, we brought it up and we talked about maybe using the OPEB funds to transfer to cover that cost, so there's no impact to the taxpayer this year from free cash.
Wait, say that again?
We're using them out in OPEB, I think it was like $46,000 we're putting in OPEB, so to take 23,000 of that and put it towards this.
Was that actually voted on that you were gonna take it out of OPEB though? I thought that was just,
Yeah, the recommendation was to
recommendation, yeah.
take it out of,
So there's no impact on the
Yeah.
taxpayer.
to reduce the
Or on
money
schools
for
or the
reserves.
town side.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's the second question.
No.
What is the OPEB level supposed to be at?
I think we have a liability upwards to 30 million, and right now we are at,
That's nothing.
We'll never gonna be there.
$362,590.
Which way puts us in the top 3% of all Massachusetts
Correct.
communities?
So this year, we were going to put $194,276 into stabilization, $32,378 more into OPEB. And yes, the Finance Committee did say that they would prefer to take it out of the OPEB funds this year.
What about subsequent years? Then what? Again. So, yes and yes?
Yes.
No?
I don't like to take it out of OPEB.
Again, we are,
I know, we have
I
no
know.
money.
well, I need a couple more yeses or a couple more no's, one or
Yeah.
the other.
Where are you guys at?
And remind me, this comes up every year, or this is a one-time thing and we have to?
No, this week,
No,
they're trying to
every
fund it
year.
from OPEB for 1 year, but then after that, there's no plan.
Once it's established at town meeting, it's on the books for good.
Mm-hmm.
There is also an expectation that they would revisit that 20% and maybe go back to town meeting and try to increase it.
Can we ask the finance committee for recommendations of how they would fund it moving forward?
I don't see why not. I don't know when they're meeting again, though.
You have one more meeting before.
The warrant discussion.
It's probably gonna be too late by then.
I like the concept. I love veterans, don't get me wrong, but like to do it this way to impact the budget, even though it's not from OPEB, I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
Hey, I don't know if anyone can hear me, but it's Lori.
When can we not hear you?
Not hear my big mouth. I don't know, but I really struggled with this because I fully understand, the fiscal position that we are in as a town.
Then help me understand, what am I missing, Lori? What am I missing? If everyone understands it, what am I missing?
Our veterans, I just believe it's been so long since they've had anything additional for all they have done for all of us. I am very passionate personally that this is such a nominal, negligible amount over the $60 million plus budget that we're doing, that I really feel strongly I would love to see them get the benefit of the additional funds. And I do also think that there's a good chance that those funds, $200 for some and $80 for another, would be used for groceries and gas right in town and be put back into the town, maybe a house repair.
So Lori, this is Ed. Do you think it's wise to go ask the taxpayers for $3.2 million more and cut taxes for parts of the population?
I think that with our current fiscal constraints, the finance committee thought that this first year we could maybe look towards OPEB with hopes that in subsequent years we will find additional revenue streams and sources of revenue, and we will consolidate various parts of town operations, including the schools, to decrease our costs to stay more within our budgetary allotment.
I would feel better if there was a dedicated source, an identified dedicated source. But to start it this year on OPEB, I don't think is in the best interest, especially in light of asking for $3.2 million extra from the taxpayers.
I would have to agree to disagree. I think it's a negligible amount that personally that I feel it really shows great support for our veteran community for everything that they have done and given to us. The majority of the veterans that would receive benefit from this are veterans that have a disability, anywhere from a smaller disability to 100%. And that
Lori, I'm not disagreeing with the merit of the program at all. I'm suggesting, is this the year to do it in light of everything that's going on? The merit is there. I get it.
I get it. I fully support it. The rest of the finance committee voted unanimously to support it as well. If the select board chooses not to support it, certainly that's within your purview, but I'm not as impassioned about a lot of things as I am this, because it's such a negligible amount, but it just says something to people that have served and given so much for us to enjoy all that we enjoy.
Not disputing the merit. All right, so let's put it to the select board. How does everyone feel? Yes or no?
I have a lot of reservations about OPEB. without an identified source. But I support the thing.
Well, I understand, but it's a yes or no.
What? I don't know.
Whitney?
Yes for putting it on the warrant.
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, so again, this last page is a little bit out of order. So with those two being on the warrant, they'll be moved in with the rest of the tax exemption articles, so they'll all be blocked. The next one, Article 44, is a lease, another lease that will also be moved into the block of leases. This one's for photocopiers. You know, we lease our photocopiers so that we get maintenance and everything included, paper, toners, everything. And again, it exceeds 3 years. So majority of these are up this year, so we have a list and we're gonna put that on town meeting warrant, with your approval, otherwise we're not making copies. And then Article 45 and 46 are two more, tax exemptions. Well, they're not necessarily tax exemptions, these are tax work-off programs for veterans and seniors. If you choose to keep them on the warrant, they'll be moved in with the tax exemptions so that everything's together. I sent you a report that was put together. Lisa was a big part of this conversation, sponsored the effort. Joanne and I met with various department heads to come up with a plan. We do have buy-in that if we do allow seniors and veterans to work to offset some of their taxes, that we would have jobs available. There are parameters that we need to set. If we want to include this on the town meeting warrant, we need to decide what the maximum amount of earnings is going to be, the maximum number of participants. The recommendation that I received was start small. We can always add to it later. What we need to implement it is to get authorized at town meeting to even start the program. So if you want to include it on the town meeting warrant in subsequent meetings, we'll have to start setting some parameters so we know what to tell the taxpayers on the town meeting floor. Is that fair enough?
Did a great job.
So I'll leave that one up to you as well.
All right, how's the board feel about this one?
Leave it on the warrant.
Leave it on the warrant or take it off?
Leave it on the warrant.
Yes, leave it on the warrant.
So everyone is gonna raise taxes and give away the farm. That's not right. All right.
It's not about giving away the farm, it's just going to.
You're cutting taxes for people but raising taxes for other. That is a horrible precedent. Horrible. All these programs. This is not the year for these programs.
I'm not going to say to the residents who have emailed, some of them have emailed all of us concerning their fears about how much taxes are going to be raised and not offer a work-off program that could help lower their taxes. We have to provide, if this passes, we have to provide some outlets for relief. I understand what you're saying, and generally, I'm in agreement when it comes to how we look at finances. But in these two situations with veterans and with our elder community, we have to provide some relief.
May I give also an agreement but a negative perspective on this? My negative perspective would be if this fails and if we do not have an override, I still think that there's going to be a needed support in town for some areas where we might have to cut. So this could be a possibility that people could be volunteering in the schools, maybe helping in the cafeteria.
Absolutely.
Maybe there'd be other places. So this actually could be used as possibly a service opportunity that is needed.
I think we all voted, Ed.
Very good. All right, we're done. Moving on.
Okay, so we'll have the final warrant prepared for the select board's vote sometime in the next well, Brian and I need to talk tomorrow about the date. Make sure that that's still gonna stick with Terry, and then we'll get the final warrant prepared. If there's any other changes, we can still consider them, but for now, we'll have 45 articles.
Goodness.
Aye, aye, aye.
Let's see here.
How many did you have black hole?
Under 40, yeah. I wanna say,
Meeting still went to 1 AM?
oh, no, we were done by 12:30.
Sweeney, do you wanna talk about 5C tonight?
Only if there's energy for it. We've been here for almost 4 hours. Some of us have been here for 4 hours.
Leave it up to the board. Does anyone want to stay and talk about 5C?
No.
Won't be here the next meeting.
Right.
Lisa, will you take it for me next Monday?
Nicole will not be here at the next meeting. I mean, Whitney won't be here at the next meeting.
I won't be here at the next
Oh,
meeting.
you're not gonna be
Okay.
No, just Lisa and I have a proposal for enhancing accessibility at town meeting, which would include child
Oh, wait a
care
minute.
and
You
senior.
won't be here.
I won't be here.
So maybe we do need to discuss this tonight.
Try to do it fast, I guess.
Yeah, why don't you present?
There's a document in your packets. Lisa and I put together a proposal for enhancing accessibility at Belchertown annual town meeting, including childcare as an option. We did this in consultation with Kyle in the recreation department, so he feels very confident the recreation department can handle it as a rec program. They have all the infrastructure in place. The liability will be covered under the town. MJ's already volunteered to be the head manager of the people that night, and then there would be volunteer students who would be supporting. So it would be free or low cost, and then we would also have senior shuttles, which is already a pre-established program through the senior center. We also spoke with Jessica Langelis, and she gave us feedback on how to set this up. They already have the shuttles. They can already provide them for the evening. Typically it's $2 round trip, but we could consider offsetting that, which would be around $100 if the town paid for that for the night.
I mean, it's important to read the whole
Yeah.
proposal, but
Oh,
I think,
absolutely.
I think Whitney gave a,
That's the very high level. The whole
Yeah.
proposal's 4 pages long. We won't read it to you all tonight.
So if I want to ride to town meeting for $4, I can get it?
You have to be a senior citizen. There is also
I mean, there are parameters.
there are
what-
parameters.
What, 14?
Yeah, so there are 2 shuttles, 14 seats. Jessica believes they could do 2 trips per shuttle, so we could, in theory, have up to, what is that, 28 times? 28 times 2, theoretically.
And what I'd just add to this is that this is a pilot program. We are testing it out. We are going to need feedback from the public on what worked, what didn't, their suggestions moving forward. It's not going to meet everyone's needs.
No.
We understand that we are looking at 2 populations when there are other accessibility needs that are not being addressed. But we felt that it was important to have something that we put forward so that people know that we're listening to them.
I want to borrow a line from Brian Cameron, what you do for one, you do for all. If we don't do it for everybody, this is another bad idea. Good idea and concept, but until we figure out the everybody part, there's just no way. We're gonna get skewered. If anything, as far as the people with kids, that's something the PTO people should be taking up, not the select board.
I don't disagree with you, Ed. And one of the things that that we talked about was having this go back to the DEI task force, which is where it originated, and have them explore this and provide recommendations to us. But that would mean we let another year go by.
Yeah.
This board cannot accept every single responsibility, every single project that comes our way. You can't. You're gonna get bogged down in all sorts of minutia. The issue with voting, yeah, that's an important one. That doesn't rest with the select board. It doesn't rest with Kyle or Jessica for that matter. Those are my views.
I hear you.
How do other people feel?
The work's already done, right? They have
Yeah,
a
I mean, the
plan?
senior center, the senior center will do it regardless. This would just be a way that we can publicize it through the town and really get some more understanding that it exists. There is also a private pay service available for drivers. I just didn't recommend that because it will be a little more expensive. But that would exist for anyone who needs a ride. And then the setting it up with Kyle, he's ready to go. He just needs to put it on as a program.
So if these are departmental programs, we're just putting it under, I mean,
We're really just marketing
we're
it.
just marketing it, so I don't really have a problem with it. Also, one of our goals for many years has been to improve the town meeting experience, and I think this is a step in that direction.
Yeah.
And again, it's a pilot program, and we felt like, it's just that. You know, Ed, we recognize
If you
that
know
it's
there
not
are
gonna meet it.
holes- If you
There
know
are holes.
in the program,
That's true.
like, how can the board put forth a program that they know there are holes in?
Where's the kids?
We believe we have access to the cafeteria.
Oh, okay.
Is there an age
I wanna
limit?
make
Like,
sure.
Yeah,
So
but
Kyle would be
Kyle
coordinating
knows
it.
all,
is
yeah,
my
so from what I
understanding.
understand, because Kyle's program runs preschool soccer, they have they are able to oversee preschoolers. I recommended up till 6th grade, need to be potty trained. Parents must stay in the building, give emergency contact information, liability forms have to be signed,
I just wanna
waivers.
make sure the room was available if you needed it.
Yes, we should definitely make sure that is.
not the
If-
gym, because that's gonna be.
The gym will be busy, if the board approves and wants to move forward at this point this year.
Nicole?
I mean, I feel better about doing this than giving away more taxes. I do worry though that if it doesn't go smoothly, that falls back on us and the image falls back on us.
And
But
I don't disagree with that either.
Right.
I did have one resident make a comment to me, and it does keep mulling over in my head. And they said, it's not the responsibility of the select board to make sure that people make arrangements to have their kids watched so that they can go to annual town meeting. And, you know, to me, that's just classic common sense response. It makes sense. I agree with that. But I also feel like if there's things that we can be doing that are good for people that don't cost anything, and it shows our human side, I think that's important too.
But I think these things do cost some amount of money, like the rec programming, yes?
And this is why Whitney and I did
We're
this.
paying,
Yeah.
MJ.
No, I think the parents are paying.
Well,
It's like
Right,
you
I mean
sign
out
them
of
up
our,
for
I
a-
mean out of our,
It's not coming
budget.
out of our
That's what I'm talking
town
about.
budget.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the school
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah, I mean, so from what I understand, the staff, their hours would be counted as this part of their hours for the week, but there could be a nominal
Oh.
fee if we want to, or it's free. And then the senior shuttle usually does have a $2 fee, which we could waive or just ask them to donate or give their usual fee.
And Kyle would be providing the overall oversight, not the select board.
No, it would be Kyle and his team.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle and his team.
And they've already worked out that they would just adjust their hours for the week, so there'd be no additional costs.
Kyle reports to him, who reports to us.
That's
Of course
so
it rolls
true.
up to the select board.
Sure.
The only curveball that
Yeah.
I see is if we move the meeting to us outside, even if we do it at May 12th at night in the building, and we're in the football field, is the separation from the children gonna be acceptable? That they're not in the same, they're on the same property, but not in the same building,
Give them a second chance.
Just get some bounce houses and put them in the upper field and have a little carnival.
That's why you're the boss.
Town meeting carnival.
Yeah, we don't even have the town meeting location figured out.
Put them all together like one giant play yard.
That's right.
Well, if you all would like to table this until next week, I entrust that you have it, and you'll make whatever is the right decision. I do believe that. I think that this has been a heavy meeting, and I think that we've done a lot.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I think it's a good proposal, but I don't think it's ready for prime time. Especially listening to the comments around the room. And I partnered with Whitney to put this out. But I do think we need to, again, like, have a more thoughtful approach and have recommendations given to us rather than to take it on ourselves. Okay, Ed?
I'm fine either way. This is the
No,
only
I
point, this
know,
is the
I'm
only point we have
hearing
to
you.
talk about this in
I
public.
know.
So, thank you for giving me a chance to express my views.
Yes, and I listen.
I think it's been a long night.
Yeah, it's been a
I'm sorry.
Is everyone okay if Steve skips his town manager's report this week?
I have nothing on that. I do have a couple of things and updates that I want to go over really
Well,
quick, I promise.
wait, did we decide on what we're
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
do?
Yeah, what was the decision?
Can we come back to this next week with fresh?
Yeah, I won't be there, but I really do trust that you all will make whatever the right decision is. If there's any additional information that you'd like me to find before then, I do have some time to do that for you all.
Well, let's work on that together.
Great.
And if you would have been the tie-breaking vote, I'll change my vote.
If I would have, okay, well, that's nice of you.
Okay.
Okay, so on updates, I just want to talk about the next meeting. Next meeting is scheduled for Thursday the 3rd in the high school auditorium at 6:30. That is the listening session that we agreed to have for our residents. Did I hear earlier that the school committee may convene a meeting that night as well, or?
I think we were gonna post just in case.
Okay.
Oh, we're not doing it here?
No, we're
No,
doing
we're
it
doing
in
it
the
at the
high
high
school.
school.
I think it
Oh.
might be popular now.
I think it would have been popular anyway, but, so at our meeting tomorrow, I will let all the members know about it. And I can't promise they can all come, but I'll be
That's fine.
there.
Okay. The meeting after that is scheduled for the 7th. We have to vote on the override amount and we have to vote on the notification to the town clerk. So I'll have that
We voted on
prepared.
the amount tonight, did we not?
Right,
Yes,
so
we did.
the easy part will be just voting on the notice to the clerk.
We have to come in on April 7th.
Yep, that's our
And
regular
that's just the
scheduled
one
meeting.
number?
Yep, just the one number.
You want us to take care of that tonight while we're here?
Yeah, I like
Well,
that.
I don't have it written up for you yet. You
Jen
wanna-
had it.
We have it in our,
Yeah, I think I sent it to you. I do have it in paper, hold on.
you did send it to us, we can also just Google it.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, let me.
Wait, did you want me to read that one?
I'd be happy to.
Maybe the right amount.
I move pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C, G, to place the following question on the ballot for the May 19th, 2025 annual town election to determine whether the voters of the town support an override in the amount of okay, $3 million, $3,293,968 for the purpose of funding municipal and school operating expenses for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and to authorize the town manager to provide the town clerk with notice of this vote as required by the law. The ballot question.
No, just that one.
Oh, just that, okay.
That was a motion.
Second?
That was a motion.
Second.
Made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
All opposed?
No.
Oh yeah, I forgot I said no, but this was for the ballot. This wasn't for
Yeah,
the
this is
dollar
just a
amount.
ballot.
Put it on
Notice to the town
ballot.
clerk.
Yeah.
So this is literally just for the ballot.
I'll just stay consistent.
Okay.
It's getting late.
410.
So does that mean we don't have to meet on the 7th?
No, the 7th is our regular meeting,
meeting,
so
right?
we also have 2 public hearings for street acceptances. We have 2 poll hearings for new utility
Hey.
poles.
I miss those.
I like
I
poll
miss them
hearings.
so much.
Let's get back to poll hearings.
The Communications Committee will be here to talk about the newsletter and the committee charge, a change to the committee charge. We have an application from Arc Point for outdoor service area. The DPW will be here to talk about transfer station fees, and we will have, I will have, I hope, the final warrant, as long as we have the date and the location figured out between me and Brian. We also need to schedule the final budget presentation. The school committee is doing theirs tomorrow.
Okay.
I was gonna target a special meeting on the 16th or 17th. It should be a fairly quick meeting. It'll just be going over the final numbers that were presented.
I
at
can
town
do the
meeting.
16th, the 17th is not good for me.
Okay. I'll send out a doodle poll,
Okay.
but I just wanted to let you know
As an
what we're looking at.
FYI, Swift River and Cold Spring are having their art show on the 16th that evening, so I'm gonna go to my kids' art show.
Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to get it done by the 7th, and we have a busy agenda already.
If you all wouldn't mind starting maybe at 7 o'clock that night, I can come.
7 o'clock? Okay.
Which night?
The
I
16th.
sent out a doodle poll, please.
Or
Steve.
the
Doodle poll?
17th.
Okay.
I won't be here on the 22nd.
Oh, and will you make sure and put on the agenda again for Monday, the childcare and senior shuttling?
So, but my question is, what is the format for this meeting on Thursday?
Listening session.
But like, is it a Q&A, or is it just public comment?
I leave it up to all of you.
Are we
Are
gonna
we
say
all there
a
except
set
for Ed?
amount?
I plan on listening.
You're gonna
If I
listen?
make it there, I'll listen.
But
If you
are we
wanna
all in
engage the public,
attendance on Thursday?
I think
Can I give some
we do,
thought?
Yeah.
do need
Your
some-
agenda says listening session, so talking back is different.
Isn't listening like a two-way thing? Like you gotta.
I think we need
It
to
could be listening
limit,
session that way too,
I
right?
guess we should
I
call it a
think we need
conversation.
to limit the amount of time
If should
that
set
we
some
are
parameters.
allowing each person to speak.
Sure.
What do people think?
I think we should set parameters, and whatever those
100%.
parameters are, we should set them tonight, so that we're not at
Yeah.
the beginning of Thursday
Well, I
going,
agree.
what are we
That's the question. What do you
doing,
want?
so people know what to
Two or
expect.
3 minutes. of
20
prep.
minutes.
Yeah.
Which one?
Any
That is-
maximum number of people?
Not that night.
So a listening session is different.
Yeah.
Public comment is 10, but.
Okay, but
Listening
3
session
3
is-
minutes is,
yeah.
okay.
I was thinking 2 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes?
2.5.
The reason why I'm
Look at
saying
that.
2 minutes is because I do think there's a lot of people that will want to speak.
I think you're right.
2.5 minutes it is.
2 minutes.
2.5 over.
How do you set a timer for 2.5
Stop.
minutes? Let's keep it simple,
Can work
people.
as magic.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes?
I tried to compromise.
I
Yes,
did too.
2 minutes is fine.
Something that we can set our phone alarms
2
to would
minutes.
be ideal, yeah.
Okay.
Alright, then
So
we'll
it's just first come, first serve, people sign up,
Yeah.
people just come up to the microphone, like
Pretty
what?
It would be awesome if you had a system like the Oscars where you could turn off the microphone after.
Oh,
Like
or
a
big
gong?
But we don't have one of those.
What a great idea.
And they have to
Can we
speak on
get
what
one of
topic
those?
now?
That's very
It's
good
related
idea.
to the budget?
FY26 budget.
Will we have any type of audio set up that night? Microphone, speaker?
It will be in
We're-
the auditorium.
Yeah, the auditorium should be,
So we could mute after 2 minutes?
that I don't know. Do you
Well,
have a-
Can we
they're
find that
talking
out?
in a microphone, so you don't have a
Oh, okay.
microphone that you could control.
Do you have a big
You
hook?
can mute a
Big hug.
go-to-meeting person, but.
Does public safety need to be present?
Maybe.
I don't know what that one.
We can put 800 people in that room. We
No, I
won't
don't.
have,
I'm not talking about,
Oh,
cap-
she-
I'm not talking about
full meeting.
capacity.
well, they should be here for
We had a
tonight.
police officer,
Yeah. Well,
You might have to,
I think it's a good idea.
nobody's ever tried to kill us at our hearings.
That's great.
I think it's a good
I
idea.
know.
I think it's a good idea.
I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I just,
Plus, it
I'll
will
talk to
look
the
like
chair
I'm-
about that between now and
I'll
Thursday
protect
night.
you.
thank you. You will?
very
Thanks.
good.
She's not even going, so.
Okay, so let's, I know everyone wants to go. Are we setting a limit for how long the listening session is going to go?
I think we'll get that by feel. people start repeating themselves, then just cut it off.
In 2
So
minutes.
this is just an open-ended, we could be talking till midnight.
We're not talking about
No.
So all I'm
Let's fig-
asking
let's
for,
figure an hour and a half, maybe 2.5, somewhere in that vicinity.
okay, so I'm asking
If people show
for,
up.
we have a start time and an end time.
6:30,
6:30 to, how's 6:30 to 8:30? That's 2 hours. Is that okay? 6:30 to 8:30.
Make sure to eat dinner.
Up to 8:30. We don't have to talk to 8:30.
Actually, I
We
didn't
can
want
order Domino's for that.
I got Session with pizza. I like
to.
it.
Okay,
Cookies?
And then,
I'm now hungry.
I got some in my car still.
any mail?
Oh my gosh, no,
There's
I
lots
can't
of-
remember. No.
With the board's indulgence, I'd like to skip this week's board reports.
I'm gonna skip my board report.
Any questions from the press?
No, thank you.
Wow, you're still here.
She's still here.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make, I second it.
All in favor?
I.
Aye.
10:33.
Who made the motion?